This feudal lord is highly scientific. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, A City Like God. 5 days. 5 days in a row. For 5 days in a row, Xiaoguoran spent her time in worry and tension. She was a cat person from the Everfrizz Council. She was originally a person in a lower plane under a noble of the Everfrizz Council. Later, she was captured by the noble and became a slave, and then sold to the chief of the Holy Life Alliance Nal tribe. Her 5 years of darkness began. The cruel Nal would only play with her crazily and eat her 12 children in 5 years, on the grounds that the blood of the Nals must be pure. When her youngest daughter was decomposed by the Nal chief and given to other people in the tribe to eat, when she was 2 months old, she killed the Nal chief with sorrel one night. When she thought she would be humiliated and eaten by the Nals the next day, a priest saved her and took her back. This was the human god, the priest of the beginning of hope. You have strong hope in you, but it's a pity that you are not a virgin, otherwise you can serve my lord together. That's what the young priest said. So Xiaoguoran stayed and worked for the priest in the Temple of Hope in the Abyss. Fortunately, the priest was powerful and could protect her. But unfortunately, they fell in love. At the beginning of Hope, the human god was essentially the god of children, but he modified the scope of his duties thousands of years ago in order to comprehend more laws. The teachings of the beginning of Hope are to make people as hopeful as children, and the most fundamental commandment is to keep one's body pure. Their minds should be used where children use them. Their strength should be used to protect the pure hearts like children. Therefore, when the priest's heart already had something like love, his divine power was directly banned. This is nothing. The priest has been captured by love, and it is nothing to say that he cannot be promoted. However, just when they were holding hands and kissing, they were discovered by the high priest and ordered to execute the priest. Execution. Dare to do this in the abyss, under the eyes of the gods, must be executed. However, as Xiaoguoran was not a member of the temple, the high priest had no power to target her and only expelled her from the temple. This was reasonable. In the plane where she used to be, not only would the priest die, she would definitely be buried with him, and her family would also be implicated. This was Nassen's superiority. However, she was not happy. Live well. This was what the priest said when he saw her for the last time. On the first day after the priest's death, she was heartbroken. On the 100th day, she was depressed. In the 5th year, she lost all hope in life and was like a walking corpse. Then, she saw the newspaper. 24 characters, 12 phrases, and 3 aspects. Preventing harmony, everyone understands. The words condensed from the 3 levels of power, society, and individuals are the best portrayal of Dahuang City. In the newspaper, there is also a description of the core idea of Dahuang City. Dahuang City is a wealthy and powerful force, a civilized and harmonious force, and the people in it have a certain degree of autonomy. In it, everyone is born equal. There is no respect or inferiority. Everyone can have freedom under the rule of law, and law enforcers are fair. The people living in the Great Wasteland City respect each other and all walks of life, and they are honest and friendly. Seeing the description of the Great Wasteland in the newspaper, Xiaoguoran was stunned. She had never heard of such a place. Even the most benevolent lords can't do these things, right? Exclamation mark. Those hypocritical gods can't do it even more. Even in Xiaoguoran's hometown, in that secondary plane, the most beautiful kingdom of God described by those low-level gods can't compare. However, if this is the Count Lin Ke who can fight against the eldest prince at the age of 6, the Count Lin Ke who is so smart that even his majesty Wumian praises him, then it is possible. Xiaoguoran, who was sitting in the tavern drinking malt liquor, was moved. She didn't want to live in a mudhole anymore. She wanted to live well with the will of the priest. So, she bought a newspaper almost every month, and after reading the news of the Great Wasteland City on the spot, she sold the newspapers at the door of the newspaper seller at a price cheaper than 1 silver coin. She was saving money. The determined Xiaoguoran would save money until that day came. because the newspaper said that only Azan coins could be used in the Great Wasteland City, and that kind of Azan coins needed to be exchanged at a certain exchange rate. There, you had to pay for anything you bought, even for Earl Lin Ke, the Lord. Like the house there, you also had to spend money to buy it. It was just that for some poor civilians, the Great Wasteland Bank in the Great Wasteland City also provided loan services, where you could buy a house with an interest-free loan, and then just pay back part of the money every month. These measures were similar to the Temple of Wealth, but there were some subtle and essential differences. But Xiaoguoran didn't want to borrow money, so she decided to save money, then buy a home of her own, work and live there well, and leave this sad abyss. So she took on tasks crazily and made money crazily. She was a killer, a third-level killer. She took on tasks at the Mercenary Guild, and she joined an organization called Scarlet Great Wasteland a few years ago, and while taking on tasks, she also sold intelligence. So, she saved money very quickly, especially when she heard her colleagues in Scarlet Wilderness say that the legendary crow at the top of the Scarlet Wilderness organization she joined was one of the 2 legends of the Great Wilderness City. Xiaoguoran was even more excited. She gave up the task of the Mercenary Guild and focused on the task of Scarlet Wilderness. And just 1 year later, the news that the Great Wilderness City was recruiting citizens was finally published in the newspaper. You are very nervous. When Xiaoguoran was secretly nervous, a warm voice suddenly came from the side. Xiaoguoran frowned, put down the newspaper in his hand and looked over. At this time, where she was sitting, was a street after the expansion of Parrot City. There were some seats on the street, which were built by Earl Lin Ke for pedestrians to rest. She had a good figure and delicate skin. 99% of her body looked like a human, and only the furry ears and tail showed her uniqueness. Therefore, after the priest was executed, Xiaoguoran also caused a lot of trouble, and then he had an opportunity to be enlightened and employed as a killer. Are you okay? Xiaoguoran looked at the man in front of him. He had an ordinary appearance, no professional power, and cloudy eyes, as if he had never been enlightened. Nothing, just to get to know each other. My name is Leo Ren. I was once a member of the Defense of Aznan. After death, I was resurrected by His Majesty Wumian. The man named Leo Ren introduced himself, and then said politely, I can see that you are very nervous. Have you also applied for an ID card for Dahuang City? Xiaoguoran didn't want to talk at first, but she suddenly felt that this man was also nervous, and might even be more nervous than her. The man sat down, just to find someone to talk to, and relieve his nervousness. Who knew that Xiaoguoran's avoidance would make Leo Ren not step forward to ask and talk? This is the gender relationship, gentlemanly demeanor and ladylike demeanor proposed by Master Lin Ke in the newspaper. But Xiaoguoran's eyes changed. This man was once a soldier of Aznan. He also applied for an ID card for Dahuang City. He must know a lot of things. Xiaoguoran instantly became very interested and looked at the man named Lauren. Have you participated in the Battle of Azan before? The Battle of Azan. This is Earl Lin Ke's description of this war. From the outside world's point of view, this refers to the war that Earl Lin Ke had to fight to defend Azan. From Lin Ke's point of view, this refers to the people of Azan fighting to defend their homeland under his leadership. As for Xiaoguoran, his view is actually the same as that of most people in the outside world, that Lin Ke fought to defend his own territory. Yes. Speaking of the Battle of Azan, the man named Lauren in front of him couldn't help but touch his cheek, where he could vaguely see the 3 marks of the monster's claws. Can you tell me about it? Xiaoguoran is actually a crazy admirer of Earl Lin Ke. She saw some of Lin Ke's concept descriptions of the Great Wasteland City in the newspaper, and she only felt that Lin Ke was the most benevolent god in the world. She knew that those nobles, those who had never been slaves or civilians, could not understand the kind of home described by Lin Ke. She had some doubts in her heart before, but when she came to Azan with great effort, she found that it had been almost transformed by Count Link, and then she believed it. It was not the outside that was transformed, but the inside. The outside of Azan is almost the same as before, although the cities have been expanded a lot. But the inside. First of all, the barons, lords and other noble lords in Azan now have no legislative power and law enforcement power, only political participation. In the end, the legislative power and law enforcement power are all implemented by the family council, and who has the final say in the family council, and those who understand will understand. In addition, the tax system of the farmers has indeed been reformed, and the scope of Azan's farmland has increased several times. Under the premise that private property is sacred and inviolable, the farmers are full of energy to open up wasteland, which also leads to Azan's food being too much to eat. Of course, in the meantime, Count Lin Ke also asked people to make the excess food into wine, alcohol and other things, and then sell them directly to the outside world, so that the farmers in Azan live a rich life. In addition to these, there are actually changes in all aspects, and these changes make Xiaoguoren feel a sense. That is, Azan seems to be more fashionable than the Abyss, the capital of the Gila Kingdom, and the most fashionable place in Azan in the future, or in Xiaoguoren's heart, the most fashionable place in the entire Azan in the future, will be the Great Wasteland City. So, Xiaoguoren is actually a crazy admirer of Lin Ke. Many times she has been thinking that she and the priest worked under Lin Ke at the beginning. Count Lin Ke, who advocates freedom of love, will definitely bless them, right? Master Lin Ke, he is really a great man. Hearing that Xiaoguoren wanted to know about the defense of Azanan, although Aoren had talked about it to countless outsiders, he was still very interested at this time. Master Lin Ke felt that he was mediocre, and even felt that he was not doing well enough, and had many shortcomings in the newspapers countless times. But the people of Azanan have different views. But they all have a fanatical worship of Lin Ke, even more fanatical than the believers, when they pray in the Temple of Wealth. Master Lin Ke, his teacher, is a powerful legend. Lord Daofu, you know, the master could have fled and hidden like many nobles, but he stayed for us. When talking about Lin Ke, there was a special light in Leo Ren's eyes. Xiaoguoren listened carefully to Leo Ren's story. The Sazan benefactor named Leo Ren was actually a team leader before. An ordinary person is a team leader? However, in Xiaoguoren's opinion, although Leo Ren is not a professional, he has tight muscles and should be very good at martial arts. Leo Ren talked to him about various things, and his tone was full of admiration for Lin Ke. Xiaoguoren became more and more curious about Lin Ke. Later, Leo Ren talked about the Great Wasteland City. The Great Wasteland City, the kingdom of Master Lin Ke. I bet that even the kingdom of gods, even the Abyss, is not as good as the Great Wasteland City. Leo Ren's tone was full of pride, or it can be said that every Azan benefactor would be proud to talk about this. Abyss? Xiaoguoren glanced at Leo Ren. Although she also thinks that the Great Wasteland City is very good, as someone who has been to the Abyss, she still knows the horror of the Abyss. But she also knows that the Great Wasteland City is different from the Abyss, otherwise she would not have to use up her savings to rush here. Do you need to apply for an ID card? After saying so much, Xiaoguoren was a little curious. Yes, I want to apply too. Leo Ren smiled. The young master gave us a lot of pensions, retirement benefits, and retirement benefits before, enough for us to buy a lot of things. As he said, Leo Ren shook his head, but I still want to follow the young master all the time. At least when there is a battle next time, I can see the young master's back again. I will lead the charge. Xiaoguoren showed a girlish mentality for the first time in a long time. Yes, I want to follow the young master's back. Leo Ren nodded firmly, with an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. Xiaoguoren knew that this kind of light was the same as when the priest prayed in the Temple of the Beginning of Hope. This is the light of faith. Dahuang City, a great city. Xiaoguoren couldn't help whispering, and then he became more nervous and looked forward to being included in the selection. Dahuang City is destined to become a great country, Leo Ren said firmly. While they were chatting, they heard a large group of people coming out of the city gate. They were clerks, servants and other staff members who were in a hurry. Leo Ren and Xiaoguoren looked at each other and then immediately got up and walked over, very quickly. The result is out. The list of the first batch of citizens to be recruited is out. The leading clerk stretched out his hand, and under his power, a piece of Azan paper was pasted around the wall of Parrot City before the expansion. That is, the wall of the inner city. The list is recorded on this paper. Because I said at noon that there would be no additional updates today, but now there are additional updates. Is this a surprise? I'm not a straight man. I'm very romantic he. Asterisk asterisk. Asterisk asterisk. Chapter 200 into the grand scene at the sales office. The results have been announced. It seems that the first batch of citizens recruited by Dahuang City has been announced. Many people came to Aznen just to live in the ideal Dahuang City. Now that the results have come out, everyone is very excited and wants to check it out as soon as possible. As a result, the entire Parrot City is surrounded by zombies, just like a zombie siege. At the same time, Lin Ke also released the 100 grassroots officials and all literate followers he had trained in the past few years. At this time, Lin Ke felt the importance of literacy more and more. There is no way. Take it slowly. Literacy rate has changed in units of 10 years. I got it. My name. I don't understand. I'd better go to those officials to check. No need to go to the old man. It is said that they will go to your house to inform you if you are from Aznen. I looked around. Why am I not there? Why? Look, the person who didn't win seems to be the gambler who sold his daughter and wife. Some are happy and some are sad. Those who are happy are naturally, because they are selected, and those who are not selected are naturally very sad. Some people roared in anger, some cried bitterly, and some danced with joy. The announcement date lasted for a month, and the Great Wasteland City would be open for occupancy in a month. And just after the announcement, new buildings appeared behind the notice offices in various cities of Azn. This building is parallel to the Great Wasteland Bank, and is called the sales office. The houses in the Great Wasteland are purchased here. Originally, Nasan did not have the concept of a sales office. Anyway, everything belonged to the Lord. But everyone who has obtained the right to live in the Great Wasteland City knows that in the Great Wasteland City, private property is sacred and inviolable. In other words, the house originally belonged to Lin Ke, but if you buy it, it becomes yours. As long as you buy a house, that house belongs to you. Of course, the newspaper also said that the useful life of the house is only 100 years, and you need to pay taxes again after 100 years to continue living. As long as you can pay to buy a house, then this house will belong to you completely within the 100 years, unless you resell it. And behind this effect are two legends, Lin Ke and the Warcraft King of the entire lava swamp. Unless they are all killed, and His Majesty Wumian's love for Lin Ke, he can ignore these rules and break into your house. Everyone knows what Lin Ke said in the newspaper. If I break into your house, you can sue me at the city hall, and the laws of the great wilderness will naturally punish me. Lin Ke's original words made many nobles sneer, made many nobles fall into thought, and also excited those who have never felt safe. Sense of security. Do the civilians and farmers really feel safe? In theory, it is completely correct and legal for the Lord to break into someone's house directly, let alone your house. You belong to the Lord. However, now, the Great Wilderness City. So, when the sales office appeared, it was full soon. Buy a house. Buy a house. Buy a house. But unfortunately, only those who already have a resident ID card can buy a house. And the resident ID card has not been issued yet. But this does not affect the enthusiastic people to understand the price. Yale brought his parents to the sales office of Parrot City. Little Yale, do we really have enough money? His father held a somewhat old package tightly. His hands were white from pinching it. There were about a dozen gold coins in it, which were the money their family had saved in the past few years. Enough. Really enough. Yale smiled. Even if it's not enough, I can also take out a loan. I'm now half a follower of the young master. Although I can't get a house, I can take out a loan. His father was relieved. Young Master Lin Ke will be a great legend in the future. Little Yale must follow Master Lin Ke well, understand? Yale's mother also warned. Of course, the one I admire most is the young master. Yale grinned. He felt that he was favored by the goddess of luck, although that person had long gone. But he still felt that he was too lucky. He was half killed by Giller Niu, and saved by Nyx. He participated in chess competitions, Go competitions, military flag competitions, and checkers competitions, and won the championship for 3 consecutive years. Therefore, Lin Ke, who originally just remembered that there was such a person, remembered him completely, and gave him the ratio of chess player profession. When he succeeds in taking office, he will become Lin Ke's follower. And now, he has already made a plan. As long as he can win the latest chess competition, he can take office as a chess player. Don't push. Don't push. Security. Security. Andrew's leg. Why are there so many people? Guard. I order you to take me in. I'm not a guard. I'm a professional. Security. A profession created by Master Lin Ke. It was very noisy in front. A bunch of people were blocked at the door and couldn't enter the sales office. This is because the capacity inside the sales office is limited. It just so happened that Lin Ke had researched a new profession called security and brought it here. Don't push. Dear future citizens, let's take a number now. Then the number called will stay and others can come another day. At this time, the security standing at the door said loudly, and the servants behind him filed out and gave everyone numbers with NASN numbers. What does this mean? Someone next to Yale was puzzled. Yale's parents didn't understand it very well, so Yale explained, it's our number 13,547. If it's called, it means we can get in. If it's not called, we can't. Why is it so difficult to buy a house? Isn't it enough to have money? Yale's father was a little dissatisfied. Yale didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dad, houses also have to be sized and located. For example, I know that there are some houses in Dahuang City that are close to the central square, and some that are close to the outside of the city. The prices are different. So that's it. Yale's father and mother seemed to understand, but the three of them were a little nervous. One number can only buy one house. They took 3 numbers, hoping to win. Nearly 20,000 copies were issued. After the distribution, the security guard said directly, those with numbers ending in 5 and 7 stay, and the others can come tomorrow. Numbers ending in 5 and 7? I won. Damn it. My last number is 6. Forget it. I'll buy it tomorrow. I hope there's still a good spot. Yeah. I want to live closer to Link. The crowd made all kinds of noises. By the way, our staff remembered everyone's appearance when distributing numbers, so don't tamper with the results yourself. Yale's parents looked at Yale at the same time. The last number Yale got was exactly 7. And the last number Yale's father got was 5. I'm 5. I'm 5. Yale's father said excitedly. At this time, someone nearby heard what Yale's father said, looked over, and asked nervously, excuse me, can I buy this number with you? Yale and the other 3 looked at each other first, and then looked at the person asking the question. This seems to be a cat person. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203, The Uniform of Infinite Temptation. Miss, we do have one more number, but it seems that we can't exchange them. Yale was a little embarrassed. The security guard just said that, and he already remembered the appearance. The professional's intention should be to prevent others from stealing and fighting. At this time, another person interrupted. Brother Leo Ren. It's you. Yale turned around and saw Leo Ren. He shouted in surprise and then asked, how is Brother Kingcha recently? Is he still carving words on the Great Wall? Leo Ren smiled and said, we will have a good chat later. As for now, Yale, can you buy a house for me and Miss Ziogu Warren? The kind with 2 bedrooms. The one who wanted to buy a number from Yale just now was the Catman Killer, Ziogu Warren. Ziogu Warren and Leo Ren were both selected and became members of the Great Wasteland City. So the first thing to do is to buy a house. Originally, Ziogu Warren wanted to buy a single apartment for himself, with a room, a kitchen, a living room, a bathroom, and a balcony. Although the Sparrow is small, it has everything. But Leo Ren told her that she might not have enough money, and even if she did, there might not be enough single-room apartments. So after discussing it, Leo Ren came up with the idea of living together. Leo Ren, who was originally an ordinary person, actually thought of co-purchasing, which was similar to co-renting under the drive of love hormones. Yes, Leo Ren was in love, at least one-sidedly. He felt that he fell in love with a cat person named Ziogu Warren when he saw her. And Ziogu Warren, As a professional, Xiaoguoren was not afraid of what Leo Ren would do to her. Thinking that she was really short of money, she agreed with Leo Ren's idea and first got a 2-bedroom apartment, and each of them would share half. Of course, if there was a suitable single apartment and the price was not expensive, Xiaoguoren would still consider buying it. After all, there was always a priest living in her heart. 2-bedroom? How about this? We can go in together to see it. This should be allowed. Yale rolled her eyes. Although the security guard said that one number could only buy one room, he didn't say that one number could only enter one person. Yes, that makes sense. Good. Leo Ren nodded and agreed with Yale's approach. Xiaoguoren agreed. Yale, you are now a follower of the young master, right? Since the decision had been made, and it was not their turn to go in, Leo Ren started chatting with Yale. No. Yale shook his head, but it will be soon. That's great. Leo Ren's face was full of envy. So many powerful followers want to follow young Master Lin Ke, but young Master Lin Ke no longer accepts followers. That's because they all come with a purpose and their motives are not pure. Yale was disdainful. Even a child like him knew this, let alone young Master Lin Ke was such a person. Come to think of it, you have already collected all the chess and chessboards, go and go boards made by Master Lin Ke, right? You have an extra set of each? Leo Ren glanced at Yale and said, 10 gold coins, will you sell them? Yale didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No. What if I have offspring in the future? I'm afraid there won't be enough to share. Someone has offered 1,000 gold coins. You are so stingy, brother Leo Ren. Or 1,000 gold coins. Xiaoguoren couldn't help but be a little surprised. She took a killer mission, and the highest profit was only 1 gold coin, and that was once every few months. Most of the time, she could only take orders from the mercenary union, run around with the mercenaries, and make a little money. And Yale. But Xiaoguoren thought of the chess games that have only become popular in the abyss in the past 1 or 2 years, and felt a little relieved. Yale, who is less than 10 years old, has won the championship of chess competitions for many consecutive times, and basically no one can beat him. This has also been reported in the newspaper. The champion of the competition is rewarded with gold coins and souvenirs made by Lin Ke himself. To be honest, although Xiaoguoren had never played chess, he was still very tempted by words like made by Earl Lin Ke himself. Only champions have it, and each set is different. You know, everyone has a desire to collect, but the size, strength, and the things they are looking for are different. They chatted casually, and Xiao Yale also learned that this Xiaoguoren actually came from the abyss of the royal capital, and he couldn't help but be interested. As they chatted, it was almost dark before it was their turn. Citizens between XXXX5 XXXX5, please come in. The security guard shouted, and then Yale and the other 20 people walked over. The security guard looked at their number plates and didn't say anything about the excessive number of people. After all, the previous people also brought their families, and Lin Ke also told them that rules are dead, but people are alive. So Yale and others successfully entered the sales office. Welcome to all guests. As soon as they walked in, a staff member dressed weirdly came to guide them. These staff members were dressed very strangely. The boys wore tight white clothes, and there was a black shirt outside the clothes, which showed the men's muscle lines. The same is true for the ladies, whose curves are clearly revealed. This made the buyers swallow their saliva. They had never seen clothes and pants before, but they looked great. For example, why was the lady's thigh almost wrapped and tightened with this black silk? It looked so tempting. If someone also came from Blue Star, they would know that these were suits, men's uniforms with ties, and women's black silk miniskirts with bow ties. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, congratulations on your qualification to live in our great wasteland city. On behalf of the benevolent Earl Lin Ke, I would like to express my most sincere blessings to you. You can call me Nightingale. The woman in the lead was tall and curvy, with big golden waves in her hair, and she wore gold-rimmed glasses that have been popular in recent years. Next, I will introduce you to the general structure of the Great Wasteland City and where the citizens live. Then you can choose the place you like, ask the corresponding shopping guide next to you for relevant information, and register and buy on the spot. Nightingale's voice was melodious and ethereal, with the gentleness of an intellectual woman and the competence of a working woman. Then, she waved her hand, and a huge shadow appeared in the empty space above everyone's head. Nightingale is a professional. It's just that I don't know what profession it is. And it was at this time that Yale turned his attention away from the ladies with unique charm. He realized that the magic lighting that has recently become popular in Azen was used in this empty hall. At this time, the magic lights dimmed, and a staff member also began to hum the soothing and elegant songs softly. Yale judged that the professional humming was the profession invented by Lord Lin Ke, singer. The peaceful, comfortable, and gentle songs made everyone relax. So everyone's eyes naturally turned to the only bright shadow above their heads. The shadow of Dahuang City. Everyone, this is our great wilderness city. This is the entire Nasang, the entire starry sky, the only, special, free, beautiful, great wilderness city. I'm exhausted. I haven't played much King of Glory these days. I've been typing from morning to night. Today I have a headache. I don't know if it's because of the weather change or because I'm overworking my brain. Anyway, I'll take a break for a while and then update again. Chapter 204, Close to Knowledge or Commercial Entertainment. The first floor lobby of a sales office. Everyone was looking at the shadow of the great wasteland city above their heads, and they were all shocked by the neatly arranged blocks called blocks. Neat and symmetrical. This is a kind of beauty of order. Rich and varied. This is a kind of beauty of chaos. Chaos in order. Our great wasteland city is divided into many areas. When you pick up your ID cards, someone will introduce them to you. By the way, the ID cards are delivered directly to your residences in the great wasteland city. Nightingale waved her hand gently, and the shadow model of the great wasteland city above her head was projected onto the wall, forming a three-dimensional light and shadow. Then the center of the shadow lit up, and Nightingale introduced, "This is the center of the great wasteland city, and it is also the intersection of Renmin Avenue and Azen Avenue. Here will be the only magic tower in the entire Azen, and the only radio tower in the entire Nasam." At the most central position, the shadow of the magic tower suddenly enlarged. This tower is different from the magic tower they imagined, but is full of the office building style of the great wasteland city. The great wasteland tower. The great wilderness tower, which means radiating the entire great wilderness city and the entire lava swamp wilderness. Under the great wilderness tower is our people's square. You can come here to take a walk and play chess after dinner. There is also a shopping center next to it. You can buy clothes, food, furniture, weapons and other things here. This is also called the first ring of the great wilderness city. Look, does it look like a surrounding square? Outside the first ring, the second ring is our cities and residential area. You will all live in this area in the future. Then, it is the office area. Everyone will have a job to support themselves, whether it is farming or being a clerk. Of course, the office area is mainly staff like us. Nightingale said, and the areas within the second and third rings of the great wilderness city lit up green, and the buildings in them were clearly visible and different. Then Nightingale smiled and added, "Of course, there is another office location within the first ring. That is the Great Wilderness Tower. If you have the corresponding qualifications, I think you can work with Lin Ke in the Great Wilderness Tower and do research and experiments together." Work with Lin Ke. Everyone looked at each other, and they just felt very much yearning for this job. Unfortunately, not everyone can enter the Great Wilderness Tower. You need to have the corresponding qualifications, or have that kind of talent or strength. Most people here can only farm and herd. Next, it's the industrial area. In the future, many civilian factories such as paper mills and water plants will recruit workers from outside. I heard that, if you get the model worker for 3 consecutive years, you will have the opportunity to get enlightenment. Enlightenment costs about 2,000 Azen coins, but you can get the personal enlightenment of the legendary strongman Lord Daof. This opportunity is still rare. After that, it's the farming and pasture area. The land ownership here belongs to Lin Ke, but it can be contracted out like a house for 100 years. Note that anything you produce on the farmland belongs to you. Of course, the output is not taxed, but if you want to buy and sell grain, you have to pay taxes. Many farmers can't farm, and they will feel uneasy, and this area is specially for those who can't adapt to the life of leaving work for a while. But completely belong to us? An old farmer with tanned skin screamed in disbelief, like a girl stripped naked. Yes, this law was recently promulgated and will be published in the Great Wilderness Monthly Report and the People's Report next month. In fact, Lord Lin Ke calls it a consumption tax, but the production of grain is the only tax that is not taxed. At other times, if your resin coin income exceeds a certain limit, you will pay taxes. Of course, it is automatically deducted. But, don't some of us lowly, us civilians belong to the Lord? The farmer who just screamed asked with a frown. I think these gentlemen should read the newspaper more. This is Asen. There are no other lords. We only have Lin Ke. Nightingale replied with a smile. Yale and the others also looked at the farmer strangely. Even if they didn't read the newspaper, they should have heard someone read it at the notice office, right? Nightingale did not continue to speak, but smiled sweetly. Okay, the city hall will have special civil servants to explain these tax laws to everyone from house to house, and will also distribute the citizen handbook. Now, let's take a look at the next area. She waved her hand lightly, and the 4 parts of the next area lit up. The dark-skinned farmer took a deep look at the Great Wasteland City, and did not ask any questions. These 4 areas are located in the 4 corners of the Great Wasteland City, namely, the arena, the Great Library, the Wonderful Land and the Great Shopping Mall. The 4 extremely distinctive buildings on the outskirts of the Great Wasteland City were magnified and displayed in front of everyone. Nightingale's face became serious, no longer casual, but full of respect. Let's talk about the Great Library first. This is the greatest, most benevolent, and most courageous building I have ever seen. Great Mr. Lin Ke, praise him. The Great Library will include all kinds of books, all books. As long as Count Lin Ke can collect them, they will be included. But if this is the case, there is nothing to praise. I think there are countless noble lords who have more books than Master Lin Ke. Nightingale took a deep breath and said, the Great Library, it has more than 80% of the books, free. Free books! Exclamation mark. Everyone took a deep breath. These books are all free! Exclamation mark. Impossible. The farmer was shocked again. Then this big library will be emptied by the greedy lowly people the next day. Sir, I don't think the lowly people you are talking about will treat a lord who really cares about them like this. Lao Ren couldn't help it and scolded. Besides, you are also such a lowly person. Why can't you be self-respecting, self-reliant and self-loving as described by Master Lin Ke? Lao Ren's scolding also attracted the dissatisfaction of others towards the farmer. Yes, Master Lin Ke said that we support ourselves through labor. What's so lowly about it? Yes, labor is glorious. What's shameful about it? The dark-skinned old farmer just now aroused public anger. The farmer squinted his eyes and looked around, as if he wanted to remember everyone in his heart, but he didn't say anything. Nightingale didn't have a chance to talk to the farmer at this time, and didn't even bother to look at him, but continued, of course, the big library also has requirements. That is, only with the identity card of Dahuang City can you enter. Only with the identity card can you see it. Everyone showed a look of sudden realization, and a sense of pride rose in their hearts. It seems great to have the identity of a great wilderness citizen. I want to say here that, if you want to enter any of these special buildings, you need an ID card, so please keep your ID card. Nightingale reminded them slightly and continued, books in the Great Library can generally only be read in the Great Library. There are many seats inside, as well as air conditioning systems, lighting systems, toilets, drinking water, etc. If you want to borrow books, you also need to register your ID card information. Haha, we can't understand the common language of Nasan. How can you read the text? The farmer just spoke again at this time, showing a look of disdain and contempt. This caused some people to fall silent. They really can't read the text. Lin Ke had already anticipated this. Nightingale looked at the farmer with an unhappy look in his eyes. Everyone, pay attention to this area. This area is called a school. Nightingale turned around and pointed out a building next to the residential area. Hospitals, schools. These are the infrastructure of Dahuang City. For example, schools are where your children and grandchildren can go to study. This applies to people aged 3 to 16. I think you have seen it in the newspaper. Everyone nodded, although many people did not think of sending their labor force to study at the beginning, because that would reduce the number of people farming. However, the person who read and explained the notice explained to them where they could work after studying and how much salary they could get, which changed many people's ideas. Here, Lin Ke has opened an adult class for people over the age of 16, and it is completely free. You can sign up for various adult classes such as writing class and skill class to learn writing, technology, etc. Speaking of this, Nightingale couldn't help but stop, picked up the glass handed over by the staff next to him, drank 2 sips of warm water, and waited for the farmers' reactions. Their sales office is not just selling houses. Lin Ke also gave them a certain degree of responsibility to introduce the Great Wasteland City. They have been trained. After moistening his throat, Nightingale hid the fatigue on his face, and then spoke again with a radiant face. This is the general content of the Great Library, and then the content of other areas. The arena is an entertainment measure prepared for each citizen. Lin Ke doesn't want his city to have a bunch of sissy in the future. Some people who are sissy because of family, environment, etc. can be allowed. After all, sissy is just temperament, and more importantly, qualities such as responsibility and courage. But he doesn't allow the general environment and most people to eat peaches. The arena will be the best place for men to stimulate their blood. It is also a place for citizens to settle personal grievances. Here, you can sign a contract similar to a life and death treaty, to fight to the death. Or you can have various competitions such as gambling fights and ranking matches. After all, in the Great Wasteland City, fighting and killing are completely prohibited. Although it is not prohibited to carry weapons, once you are found to have committed evil, your Great Wasteland City ID card will be permanently deprived, and you will be held legally responsible. If you escape, you will be wanted by the entire Nation and the entire Star Realm. Although it is a bit ridiculous to say that the entire Nation and the entire Star Realm are wanted, anyone who knows the relationship between Lin Ke and the Princess Mushu knows what it means. The Emperor Wu Mian is so powerful that he captured the plane as a reward for the Lord. Therefore, at least most people will not violate this law. After all, they used to be at the bottom of society and were generally killed. Those small lords, down and out nobles, etc., are the ones who feel constrained. Wonderful land. I think everyone understands it very well. Nightingale smiled. Now the wonderful land has opened no less than 20 places. It was opened in several cities within the territory of Azan, and in the territories of the lords around Azan. Concerts, theater performances, crosstalk sketches and other performances in Wonderful Land are very popular. There are also 2 types of prices, noble prices and civilian prices, which are differentiated by private rooms, services, geographical locations, etc. Many farmers have also visited Wonderful Land to see it. Almost everyone here has seen it, such as Yale, who is a loyal audience of Sophie's concert. As for the last big shopping mall, compared with various snack bars and commercial streets in the city center, the big shopping mall is mainly for high-end consumption. Services, food, clothing, furniture, weapons. Wonderful Land and the big shopping mall are the only 2 places open to the public in Dahuang City. In the big shopping mall, Lin Ke will invite well-known businesses in the Kingdom of Gila to open stores here. For example, the Grand Duke of the Mountains has a dwarf principality as a subsidiary force, and the dwarf weapons in it are famous throughout Nassam. For example, Earl Akali's pet shop, Earl Kings's silk, etc. And there are many new products invented by Lin Ke. For example, all kinds of Azan perfumes, Azan watches, Azan ceramics, Azan glass, Azan paper. Anything produced by Azan can be bought and wholesaled here. This will also be the future commercial trade center. At the entrance of the sales office, everyone listened to Nightingale's introduction and began a long silence and thinking. If you have decided where to buy a house, you can ask the staff to take you to the 2nd floor to register and pay. The loan staff of Dahuang Bank also opened a loan office on the 2nd floor. After Nightingale's introduction, he waited quietly for everyone to think. So, where to live? Yale also began to think. Although they all belong to the same ring, the east, south, west, and north are different, and the inside and outside of the ring are also different. There will be a certain difference in price, but the difference is not particularly large. The more difference is in the area. But the choice of location is still very important. Close to the big library, the arena, or the wonderful place, the big shopping mall? To be honest, there is an essential difference. Do you want to read books every day more conveniently? Or do you want to go to the arena, to play ranked matches every day, and become the annual arena king? Or maybe go to wonderful place, to watch crosstalk and performances, after get off work? Or go shopping in the mall, or simply engage in trade activities to make money? I think that our family's craftsmanship can actually be close to the people's square, and I can sell some small items to make money, Yale's mother said hesitantly. Others also whispered to each other and discussed the location. If you ask me, it's better to go to wonderful place. Our family can go there often to watch a show, which is so good. Yale's father had a different opinion. However, in the end, both of them looked at Yale. Since Yale won the first prize in the chess competition, he has become the pillar of the family. The prize money for the chess competition is more than what his parents earn from working for a year. Not to mention that Yale was favored by Master Lin Ke later. Therefore, it was ultimately Yale who decided where to buy a house. Yale actually had already made a decision in his mind. The big library. We choose a house close to the big library. Chapter 205 The Noble's Anger. The Great Library? The registrar couldn't help but take a few more glances at the boy in front of him. Confirm. You want to buy room 501, Unit 1, Building 6, Mathematics Community, right? Yes, that's right. Yale put the gold coins on the table and said nervously, according to this month's exchange rate, our gold coins should be enough to exchange for those ASIN coins. The exchange rate of the Great Wilderness Bank is announced once a month. Yale doesn't know how to calculate it. He went to find his future colleague Laplace to calculate it. According to Laplace, his money is enough to buy any 3-bedroom and 1 living room apartment, but it's still a little short of buying a 4 to 6 bedroom apartment in a good location, or a villa. As for the good location mentioned by Laplace, it is the innermost area close to the city center. Wait a minute. As a staff member and civil servant of the Great Wilderness Bank, the registrar skillfully took out the gold coins from the old package, handed over by Yale, and began to count them. Less than a minute later, he replied, enough. If you convert all of them into ASIN coins, you will still have about 13 ASIN coins left, which means 1 gold coin, 2 silver coins, and 7 copper coins. Convert all of them into ASIN coins, and put them in my account. Yale waved his hand. Their family was going to move in, and there was actually not much use for keeping the gold coins. They had already kept some of the gold coins as savings, and they didn't convert all of them. Okay, please provide your name and surname, as well as the area where you used to live. The more detailed the better. The registrar took out a registration form from the drawer under the table. If you want to check your balance in the future, you only need to take your ID card to the Great Wilderness Bank to check it. Of course, now you can only register. So Yale said some of his own information, and then went to get some real estate certificate, which took more than 10 minutes to finish. Ziogu Warren and Leo Ren also chose a 2-bedroom 1 living room, shared community near the big shopping mall. The people who bought the house went out one after another, and at this time, the melodious explanation of Nightingale could still be heard from the sales office on the first floor. The Great Library, that is the greatest and most selfless. Yale and his family came out, hugged the real estate certificate tightly, and went home nervously. Although they had registered their information at the sales office, no one could claim it or impersonate them. But just in case, they still had to hurry back to ASIN Village. That tough real estate certificate was the result of their savings for most of their lives. Go back overnight. At least go to ASIN Castle, even if they have to sleep outdoors near ASIN Castle. Ziogu Warren and Leo Ren stayed temporarily in the hotel in Parrot City. After all, one of them is a professional who is not afraid of being troubled, and the other is a retired soldier. No one in the underground world of Parrot City would be so blind as to provoke retired soldiers, because they had been under the rule of Ms. Black Mountain many years ago. However, when the hurried Yale family came to the outside of the city and walked to a forest, they saw a man in cloth clothes and cloth shoes walking out of the woods not far away. Little guy, why can't you continue to be civilians? Why do you want to be that damn citizen? This man had a dark complexion. He was the old farmer who had just repeatedly made things difficult for Nightingale at the sales office and regarded others as untouchables. "Sir, what can I do for you?" Yale took a step forward and stopped his father, who was holding the real estate certificate tightly, and his mother, who looked panicked. "Nothing. I just came to clean up some insignificant bedbugs." The dark-skinned old farmer smiled contemptuously and raised his hand. "Sir, I'm a follower of Lin Ke, chess player, Yale. I hope you can think it over." Yale was a little nervous, but still shouted loudly, "There are still many people on this official road leading to Azan Castle, but those people all chose to avoid it when they saw what was happening here. No one likes trouble." But if it was Lin Ke's follower, Yale hoped that someone would pay attention to it. However, no one did. This time, Yale found something wrong. "You have isolated this place." Yale frowned, and his insecurity became even stronger. "Who are you?" "Who am I? Haha, ask the necromancer in the future." The old farmer smiled, raised his hand with an indifferent look, and prepared to wave it down. However, at this moment, a voice came. "Mr. Noble, are you looking for death?" The voice was hoarse and unpleasant, but it broke the shackles of this place in an instant. Yale and his parents looked nervous at this time, not knowing who was coming again. Tap, tap, tap. Two figures slowly walked from behind Yale and the others. The former was short, leaning on a scepter, and a flaming crow rested on his shoulder. The latter had white hair and beard, wore a purple robe, and held a staff that emitted electric light, and surrounded by an iron ball. "Raven, off." Mr. Noble narrowed his eyes. "You want to be my enemy for 3 untouchables? Untouchables?" Raven Swain smiled. "When I became a legend, you were not born yet. You are not as good as them in my eyes." Orf did not speak, but the lightning staff in his hand flashed with lightning. "This is the ancestor of Azan, and the Lord Orf, the king of electromagnetism." Yale understood in his heart, held his parents' hands, and calmed them down. Swain. I have never heard of you. Who are you?" Mr. Noble was a little unsure at this time. At the beginning, Lin Ke only used the staff left by Swain to release the skills of the master level. As the ancestor of Azan in the legend, Mr. Noble was really unsure of the level of the Swain Azan. He knew that the Azan family in the mythological era was extremely prominent, but the powerful people in that period should have died. Me. Back then, Andrew was still a little brat. Haha. Lin Ke, who was pretending to be and creating the non-existent Swain, was actually very nervous. Fortunately, he knew that the god in front of him, named Mr. Noble, was only at level 22, and his palace guard bracelet could never see through the existence below level 25. Even if it was a master of level 25 to 28, only those who were proficient in the use of mental power could do so. Andrew is still a little brat? Impossible. Mr. Noble was surprised and doubtful. "Then where have you been all these years?" "A master level combat power, the sleepless emperor would never ignore it." "These years. I went to the Star Realm and found." "Forget it. Why am I telling you this?" Lin Ke shook his head and waved the staff of annihilation. A terrifying master level aura burst out, and in an instant, it burst the cage built by Mr. Noble with aura. "3 little guys, hurry up." Lin Ke waved to the 3 Yale family members, and Yale and the others left immediately with gratitude. Then, Lin Ke looked at the 22nd level god, the faith of the nobles in the past Mr. Noble, you want to be my enemy, right? Lin Ke smiled, but in Mr. Noble's eyes, it was Swain's sneer. Mr. Noble, panic. Chapter 206, The Deceived God. Powerful and honorable sir, I'm a neutral god born in the recent ancient times. Mr. Noble bowed slightly and tapped his chest with his right hand, which was a courtesy to show respect. Okay, stop talking. It's time to go away. Wumian doesn't even dare to point fingers at my descendants. You are quite courageous. Swain Lin Ke sneered and waved his hand. In view of your contributions to the human race over the years, I will spare you this time. When did Mr. Noble become a god? Did Mr. Noble contribute to the human race? Is Mr. Noble a neutral or Wumian man? Lin Ke didn't know, but he could guess it, so he just said it casually. But, Lord Swain, your descendants are now shaking my foundation. At this point, Mr. Noble's deep affection was also a little anxious. My and the goddess of wealth's priesthoods are being stolen and squeezed by your descendants. In the future, we may perish because of this. One of the great priests of the goddess of wealth, Kanako, is now working for Lin Ke. Under Lin Ke's coercion and inducement, she betrayed the goddess of wealth. However, the goddess of wealth is not a god who values faith. She values wealth more, so she doesn't care much about her believers in daily life. Moreover, the goddess of wealth is already level 24. Perhaps she has mastered some rules and can gradually break away from her dependence on believers. But Mr. Noble is not like that. He has been only a god of level 22 for thousands of years, and his believers have been increasing less and less for many years. Most of them come from the middle and lower class nobles who died in the war in the early years. The number of high quality petitioners has become less and less, almost non-existent. He was not worried at first. After all, fewer is not nothing, and with the help of the petitioners in the kingdom of God, he can also live forever. However, the premise is that there must be nobles in this world. This is the foundation of Mr. Noble's existence. Regardless of whether the nobles believe in him or not, as long as there are nobles, as long as one of his priesthood characteristics is noble, he will not really die. But now, he feels the warning of the priesthood. It comes from the south, from the Damazan territory. So Mr. Noble sneaked in here secretly, saw the newspaper, saw the workers, saw the great wasteland city. There is a word that makes him extremely sick. Equality. Damn equality. The existence of nobles is born to break inequality. However, that Lin Ke hasn't actually proposed the rule of law, rule by law, and the law is the explicit provision and the highest effect, then what are the nobles? Everyone is equal under the law. After Mr. Noble learned about the core idea of Lin Ke's governance, he panicked. Once this idea appears and spreads, it will be his doomsday. People in the future will not be born noble, but will be treated equally. The mud blood can go to the farmland to soften the soil, the light blood can go to the farmland to provide light cover, and the sacred blood can go to the wonderful place to perform. Everyone is equal, there is no high or low, labor is glorious. Just thinking about it, Mr. Noble will be filled with endless anger. It is necessary to execute that Lin Ke immediately. But Mr. Noble is not stupid. Lin Ke is a rising star in the kingdom in recent years. The trade he made with the royal family, whether it is as in paper, newspapers or other things, is known to the high-level people. In particular, the Emperor Wumian, who suppressed the world, admired and loved this Lin Ke very much. Therefore, Lin Ke's newspapers can be rampant in major territories, Lin Ke's stores can be opened in every city, and Lin Ke's scholared wilderness intelligence organization can develop so fast. Even the moon goddess, who is the master, and the prince of light, who is the eldest prince, are locked up in the abyss by Wumian. It must be said that everyone understands Wumian's attitude. Otherwise, with Aofu's small body, he could not resist the covetousness brought by the internal interests of the Great Wilderness Bank, lottery, newspapers, etc. Not to mention the blessing that the King of the Gods gave to Lin Ke after his death. Mr. Noble has been living in the abyss. He knows it. The sleepless emperor has used Lin Ke as a bait to lead many powerful beings that the King of the Gods drove away back to Nassing, and then closed the door to beat the dog, and reaped a lot of rewards. Therefore, the sleepless emperor likes this damn Lin Ke more and more. Mr. Noble knows this very well, otherwise why would he sneak in secretly? Just bring his fanatics, and come here to kill them all. In order to survive, he can only secretly eliminate some of the stubborn element he thinks are very stubborn. After all, in his eyes, some stubborn element have completely lost the idea of nobility and inferiority. Such stubborn element are like cancers, which will spread and affect other people's understanding of nobility and inferiority. Must be eliminated. However, he did not expect that he met the person he least wanted to meet when he just took action for the first time. The old master, Azan's ancestor, Swain Azan, known as the Crow. And the new legend, the gifted, extremely powerful electromagnetic king in his field, AOF. He couldn't beat AOF, who was already at level 22, so he was not known for his combat power. What's more, there is that powerful master. Sir Swain, I don't want to die just like that. Mr. Noble's tone was unwilling and full of anger. Ke, if you don't want to die, why don't you change? Stupid. Lin Ke scolded. Change? Change? Mr. Noble smiled bitterly. Sir Swain, you don't understand. For people on the path of God, once the priesthood is determined, it cannot be changed unless the godhood is abolished and starting from scratch. The priesthood is similar to the professional characteristics of God. Just like scholar, if the research tray is changed to the entertainment tray, it is not scholar, but something else, which cannot be changed at all. Haha, who told you to change your priesthood? Your trays are still noble, aristocratic, high, and low, etc. No need to change. Lin Ke shook his head, and then did not continue to instruct, but said, for details, you can ask my descendant. He knows better than me, and better than you. The noble gentleman who was listening thought he had found a way out, and was stunned. He knows better than you? Swain is the master. The master. In his eyes, that Lin Ke was no better than a stone on the roadside. You are smarter than the goddess of wealth, because you are not so stubborn, and willing to listen to me. Lin Ke shook his head, and the goddess of wealth is too arrogant and conceited. I don't need to do anything with little AOF. Her position as a god in the future will naturally be deprived by my descendants. As he said, Lin Ke looked at him with a smile. Do you think that a little guy who is less than level 10 destroyed a level 24 god? Do you think he knows better than me? At least, if I want to invade the kingdom of the goddess of wealth and kill her, it will be a little troublesome. Just a little trouble? The noble swallowed his saliva and felt the power of this ancient boss. Then he began to think. It seems. Is there really something special about that Count Link? Chapter 207 Shatter the darkness with thunder. Lin Ke sat at the table and exhaled deeply. Damn. It was so exciting. He could only keep the gecko bracelet running for about half an hour. When half an hour was up, his true colors were exposed. Although he had prepared some excuses and a plan B, it was always better not to exceed the time limit. Fortunately, Mr. Noble's brain was not very good. Maybe he had been affected by the voice of faith and prayer mentioned by AOF for too long. In the face of the survival crisis, he actually believed the words of Swain so easily. And now, Lin Ke was 80% sure that he could get this noble to join his army. Lin Ke, has your ancestors' projection gone back? At this time, AOF appeared behind Lin Ke. Teacher, the ancestor has gone back. Lin Ke got up from the desk chair. He was now in a 2-bedroom 1-living room house in Dahuang City, one for him, and one for liquor. Is your ancestor a loner? AOF hesitated to speak, but felt that it was not good to say that. I mean, is he busy? Loner? My dear teacher, there was a person with social phobia, but I took great pains to recover him. Lin Ke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had always kept the character of Swain well hidden. It was not until Geros asked before that Lin Ke said that he could let Swain come to him temporarily in the form of possession. It can only be done once a week, and each time can only be half an hour. So Geros and the others would believe it. In order to avoid being exposed, Lin Ke also tried to communicate with Orf as little as possible, which caused Orf to think that Swain was a lonely person. I don't know about this. He said he was exploring the mystery of the law. Lin Ke shook his head and then asked, by the way, teacher, about the books in the Great Library. I have already notified the materialist school. What do the mathematical circles of your disciple Laplace say? Orf asked. Lin Ke's Great Library was built very large and magnificent, but 90% of it is empty. So Lin Ke issued a notice to the outside world. People in Dahuang City can borrow books for free, and people outside the city can also read them. Non-Dahuang City citizens can donate any book that is not included in the Great Library and can read books for free for one small month. Donate 2 books, and you can read for a large month. Donate 5 books, and you can read for a whole year. If you donate 10 to 20 books, it will be free for 100 years. If it is more than 20 books, it will be free for life. Whether it is a travel essay, a novel talk, a truth study, or an experimental record, as long as it is bound into a book, it can be exchanged and registered with personal information and soul information, and a borrowing card bound to the soul will be issued. But first, Lin Ke must ensure that the basic books in the Great Library are attractive. So Lin Ke specifically asked Orf to ask the materialist school. You know, now the materialist school has only one legend. Oof. Lin Ke even asked off to ask the idealist school, and the result was that they would consider it. As for Laplace's teacher is a disciple of the mathematician, Juliu. Laplace also submitted an application to the master, but I don't know what Juliu, who is already level 20, thinks. Mr. Juliu said that he would lead all the people in the mathematics community to visit us someday. Speaking of which, teacher is the most powerful mathematician only at the star level? Lin Ke asked somewhat disappointedly. As a basic subject, the level of mathematics largely means a level of science, and the most powerful mathematician in the kingdom of Gila is Juliu. As far as I know, yes, but Juliu's mental shock may not be able to be resisted even by people at level 22. I have heard that he has a very terrifying combination of skills. Aofu sighed. Lin Ke nodded slightly. He would ask Juliu about his specific level of mathematics when he arrived. However, when he thought of Juliu, he thought of Aofu, so he said, teacher, whenever you appear in front of people in the future, you should say a few words. Talk. Aofu was puzzled. What words? One is shatter the darkness with thunder, and the other is everything struck by thunder will be destroyed. Lin Ke's face was serious. Aofu? Why am I saying this? He didn't understand. Although it did sound good, it felt a little awkward. This is giving people a stereotype. That is, teacher, you are best at the power of thunder. Lin Ke explained. When others find a way to target you in the future, you can use magnetism to catch them off guard. In addition to these, Lin Ke also wants to improve Aofu's B style and create a false impression for the outside world. Deep, irritable, and powerful. This kind of existence is the least suitable to be provoked. As for the role of the crow, Lin Ke is ready to show sinister, penny pinching, and short-sightedness. A master who protects his shortcomings and will avenge his enemies. A legend with irritability. I believe that normal people will not mess with him casually. Okay, I understand. Aofu is not stupid. After thinking about it, he naturally discovered the benefits of this mantra. Whether it is the Sleepless Emperor, the Grand Duke of the Mountains, the Grand Prince, etc. Many people will announce their existence when they appear. It means, I'm here. Those who are stronger than me, please sign up. If not, I will run. Those who are not as strong as me, get out. Some gods use this sentence to attract faith. Teacher, have you thought about it? What kind of research do you want to do? Lin Ke began to ask Aofu about the magic tower. His magic tower is not just a magic tower of a research institute, but a science academy. I've thought about it. What I need is the science of power, the science of thunder and lightning, which is what you call mechanics and electricity, and magnetism. That should be enough. Aofu pondered for a moment, looked at Lin Ke and said, do you have any suggestions? Aofu actually knew very well that his disciples definitely knew what kind of research he was suitable for better than he did. After all, even the feedback from breaking through the legend was designed and provided by Lin Ke. For such things, it is better to ask for advice. Teacher, it's almost done, but I wrote some categories, which are also the direction we want to study. Lin Ke took out a pile of books preparedly and put them on the table. Chinese, mathematics, chemistry, biology, material science, mechanics, electricity, optics, medicine, political science, economics, energy. Looking at these books, Aofu was silent. What's wrong with being a little discouraged? Teacher, I recommend that you set up another energy research institute, and by the way, use a microscope to conduct research on the microscopic world. Lin Ke said with a smile. Okay. By the way, Lin Ke, you said that the smallest structure is not a molecule? Yes, teacher, we should never define something the most too early, as this will cause instability in our understanding of the world and soul space. You told me that after level 15, the soul space will solidify, right? Then we'd better always have a spirit of questioning and exploration. Otherwise, one day, when you realize something new, and realize knowledge, that is completely opposite to your solidified soul space, you will die, right? Well, teacher, you said that some people even had their heads exploded because of this kind of thing. Surprise. More updates today. In addition, there will be double monthly tickets at the end of the month please. Chapter 208, a magnificent spectacle, dazzled citizens. Time finally came to the day of entering the city. The citizens of Dahuang City entered the city. This place that many people yearned for was finally going to go there. Farmers brought their families, leading ancient cattle or domestic pigs. Blacksmiths brought hammers and iron felts. Tailors brought silk cloth and needles. Nobles were arrogant and distant. Everyone brought their own things and was waiting next to the Great Wall Fortress. Dahuang City is far away from the Great Wall Fortress, so citizens need to enter in batches, and the entry time depends on the citizens. Dahuang City will send something called a public bus to pick up people. This bus will charge according to the stations where they get on and off the bus. However, in the first month of the opening of Dahuang City, the public bus between the Great Wall Fortress and Dahuang City is free. What does the public bus look like? We have more than 2,000 people here. 2,000? I think there are 20,000 people. There are so many people. By the way, I remember my son said that everything in there costs money. Aunt Jessica, have you exchanged Azen coins? Yes, I exchanged. How much did you exchange, Scarlett? The Azen coins are expensive. 2 gold coins can only be exchanged for 1 Azen coin. I heard that the exchange rate is very high, but after all, he is our young master, he will definitely not cheat us. Under the Great Wall, everyone chattered, and at this moment, 2 melodious and deep long calls came. Moo. On the wide extension line of Azen Avenue, 2 huge bloodthirsty bulls rushed towards this side, and there was a person standing on the heads of each bull. Dear citizens of the Great Wilderness, welcome to the Courage Train and the Happiness Train. One of them stood up and opened his arms. The 2 bloodthirsty bulls gradually approached the great city fortress, but they changed to a slow walk when they were far away in order to avoid panicking the citizens. After all, the powerful and intimidating aura of the bloodthirsty bulls is always a bit intimidating. When the 2 bulls reached the Great Wall Fortress, people found that there were 2 rows of blocks behind the bulls, one row after another, one section after another. Most people here have heard of trains, which will run along the ground track, as long as there is a mount in front to pull it. The bloodthirsty bulls were pulled by iron chains. 2 people got off and untied the iron buckles, and the 2 bulls walked in the opposite direction of the train. One of them followed, probably to fasten the other end of the buckles for the 2 bulls. Ladies and gentlemen, get on the train quickly. Another person opened the door and led the citizens into the car. At first, the citizens were not very used to it, but fortunately the door was big enough, and all kinds of cows and pigs were pulled up, and one carriage was a special livestock room. After everyone got on the bus, the driver closed the door and returned to the top of it to level 10 bloodthirsty bulls. Haha, this is the second bus today. If we count it as performance, I've earned 3.5 Azen coins for this trip. One of the drivers laughed. That's right, it's a pity that the master doesn't let us work too long, and we have to work in shifts with others. Otherwise I can work 23 hours a day. Another driver laughed, his face full of longing and hope. The 2 bulls were also chatting, but in their own language. Hey brother, how many Azen coins did you earn this time? Me. I can earn 5. I plan to save a month's money and then exchange it for 2 months of special cattle feed prepared by Beast Tamer. Andrew's leg, you are not talking about Azen brand cattle feed, right? I told you I ate it once. It was so delicious. Really? I heard that eating cow kahur is good for our skin, and eating cow piaoi makes hair smooth. Sister, what do you think we should eat? I think. The 2 cows were chatting happily, mooing continuously, and the 2 people on the top were also chatting excitedly. One of the drivers listened to the movement in the carriage. When he heard a sweet female voice start to speak, he said to the 2 cows, "To Mr. Cows, let's start. Slow down at the beginning." The 2 cows immediately started to move, accompanied by a long and melodious cry. These 2 guys have never been able to tell our gender? Indeed, it's a bit silly. Amid the mooing of cows, the Courage and Happiness train started. Xiaoguoran was the passenger in seat 25 of carriage 3, and Lauren sat next to him. Neither she nor Lauren had anything to buy, and because of the time they had spent together, their relationship quickly heated up, but they could not make it through. For many years, Xiaoguoran still could not forget the priest. She had no ability to take revenge on a high priest, so she could only live in a daze. But even so, she still could not forget the priest. The length of time did not seem to erase the grief and longing in her heart. Sitting on the happiness train, she was still thinking about the priest and that happy day. "What's wrong, Zyoguoren?" Leo Ren, who was sitting next to him, saw that Zyoguoren's eyes darkened and asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell? I heard in the newspaper that some people get car sick." Feeling Leo Ren's concern, Zyoguoren couldn't help but tremble and shook his head. "Brother Leo Ren, you don't have to care about me so much. But we have decided to live together in the future, right?" Leo Ren said with a smile. "It's only natural that I care about you." Zyoguoren gritted his teeth, exhaled a long breath, raised his head, and looked directly into Leo Ren's eyes. "Brother Leo Ren, I once had a lover. Although he is dead, I can't forget him. As a professional killer." Zyoguoren only dared to lower his head after speaking, not daring to look into Leo Ren's eyes. "Haha, I know." Who knew that? Leo Ren just smiled nonchalantly. "I have always known that you are trying to let go, but you can't let go. Can you tell me about you and him, Brother Leo Ren?" Zyoguoren couldn't help but look up, only to see Leo Ren with sincere eyes and a tone of disbelief. "If you don't want to talk about me, then let me talk about myself first." Leo Ren smiled and said, "I also had a wife before. Oh, and I also had a lover on Pink Street in Parrot City. Her name was Zyoguoren. I originally planned to have a baby with my wife after the war and marry Zyoguoren. By the way, in the end, they all died." Leo Ren said calmly, "As for the murderer who killed them, you should also know that it is the one hanging in the sky, Moon Goddess." Defense of Azan. Zyoguoren immediately knew why Leo Ren, who was in his 30s, was a bachelor. But Count Lin Ke said that all the past is just a prologue. That is to say, everything you have experienced is not for the end, but for the beginning of a beautiful day, right? Leo Ren looked at Zyoguoren with a smile. "I don't know who your enemy is, how powerful or how powerless, but I only know that those who sacrificed for us hope that we can live well and be immersed in happiness rather than depression." As Leo Ren was speaking, a sweet voice came from a small black box on the top of the train. "Ladies and gentlemen, hello. Welcome aboard the happiness train. I'm Gillian, the conductor of this train, and I'm speaking to you through the loudspeaker." The sweet female voice gave a brief self-introduction and precautions, and then the train slowly started in her voice. "For this reason, I would like to end with a sentence from Lin Ke. All the past is just a prologue. Once you step on the train to happiness, say goodbye to everything in the past. Whether it is good or bad, good or evil, it will become our memory. From now on, our new world will be opened up by our own hands. Praise Lin Ke, praise the wilderness." The voice of the conductor girl slowly ended, and the people sitting in the seats of the train, looking at the scenery flying outside the glass window, could not help but feel ripples in their hearts. A new life starts with happiness. Number. At this time, Zyoguoren and Leo Ren also smiled at each other, and unexpectedly, there was no knot in their hearts. As the train moved forward, the desert outside the window gradually turned into a green jungle. Little Guoren leaned on the shoulder of the old man and kept telling the story. "So, at that time, my heart was as dead as ashes. I hated Hope's beginning. It was that stupid doctrine that separated him and me, but I was also grateful to Hope's beginning. It was that kind doctrine that drove him to save me." The two of them communicated frankly, and they actually talked about everything in the past, and little Guoren was relieved because of it. Some things are like this. The longer you keep them in your heart, the more uncomfortable you will feel. But when you talk about them, your mentality will immediately change. Now, little Guoren and the old man have decided to be together. They looked at the changing scenery of the trees outside the glass window, silently experiencing the feeling of running towards happiness. In the seats next to them, the excited citizens were also slowly experiencing this subtle feeling of leading to an ideal world. "Look, what is that?" At this time, someone pointed out the window, and everyone hurriedly looked out. They saw a magnificent and huge building on the left and right sides of their direction of travel. The building on the left is square and has a faint metallic luster. The 4 characters Great Library are written on it in the common language of Nassim. It is several hundred meters high and full of grandeur. The building on the right is an irregular oval with more than 10 floors. It is covered with glass on the outside, reflecting the faint light of the sun. You can also see the clothes and furniture that are being sold inside the glass. Great library and big shopping mall. The people on the bus have never seen such a unique building. Even Guoren, who is used to seeing big scenes in the abyss, is a little shocked. Dear passengers, the buildings on both sides are called wonders by us. So far, there are only a few wonders in our Gila kingdom. The Great Wasteland City and the Gila royal family have specially formed a wonder review group. At present, the 4 landmark buildings in our Great Wasteland City and the Great Wall Fortress can be rated as wonder buildings. From the loudspeaker box above his head, the voice driven by magic came again, and it sounded clear. Next, we will enter the Great Wasteland City. The first area is our industrial and agricultural production area. The train conductor Chill introduced slowly, and the world in everyone's eyes changed. Clean and spacious streets. Neat and bright houses. Lush trees growing on the roadside. This is actually a city. Everyone was excited. Sure enough, this place is just like what is described in the newspaper. No, it is better than what is described in the newspaper. Dear passengers, the train will stop at the farmers community, the workers community, the accounting community, the actors community, the medical community, and the biology community. Passengers are requested to prepare to get off in advance. Passengers from other communities please get off at the terminal, People's Square, and transfer to other trains. The train conductor's voice was sweet and elegant, reminding everyone to get off. So some people prepared to get off, and some people were still looking at the novel buildings on both sides. Some street shops have already opened, and they are selling some new clothes, tempting cakes, fresh fruits and vegetables, etc. These are Azan people. A long time ago, Lin Ke arranged many Azan people one after another, and also taught them a craft. The most of them are slaves. The slave law promulgated when Lin Ke was 6 years old stipulated that slaves could become civilians after accumulating a certain amount of Azan coins. After many slaves became civilians, Lin Ke would give them the opportunity to become citizens of the great wilderness as long as they could learn a craft. Therefore, before the citizens came in, some people had already lived here. Train drivers, street staff, some street shops, etc. were all trained and prepared in advance. The passengers were dazzled one by one. Some passengers even went to the shops they were interested in to ask about the prices instead of going to their own communities after getting off the train. What? A silver coin for such a piece of bread? Sir, this is not bread. This is tiramisu. It is made by our first level pastry chef. Made by a professional? No wonder. Do you have anything cheap here? Yes, sir. There is a shop next to it, Old George Pastry House, which is made by an ordinary pastry chef. Okay, thank you. Such dialogue scenes appeared everywhere, and everyone realized that, as long as it was a shop opened by a professional, there was a triangle with a circle on the shop. However, the cash-strapped citizens had no source of funds at this time, so naturally they did not buy anything. At most, they went to some grain and oil stores to buy some food, and many families even brought their own dry food. Finally, the dazzled citizens went to their own communities. At the gate of the community, the corresponding staff took them to their homes, taught them to identify the floor and house number of their homes, how to use the magic ladder, and how to use toilets and other furniture. They also went through the corresponding procedures and were issued ID cards bound to their sole information. As a result, nearly 1 million people became official citizens of Dahuang in this month. Chapter 209, Sudden Mission. It took a month for the residents of Dahuang City to move in one after another, and half a year for the city to become a little popular. However, it took more than a year to adapt to the new life in Dahuang City, and many old farmers are still not used to it. For example, they have to look at the traffic lights to cross the road, they cannot walk on non-sidewalks, and they have to go to public toilets to urinate and defecate. Although it is complicated, the citizens, whether farmers or workers, have found that the restricted parts of their lives have made their lives more comfortable and orderly. Guoren has now found a job as a supermarket cashier. She goes to work at 8 AM every day and gets off work at 5 PM. She also provides lunch at noon. Lauren, who has already become her husband and wife, successfully found a job as a civil servant with his retired military status. He is a so-called traffic policeman and works in shifts. Warren buys discounted vegetables, fruits, and meat from the supermarket after get off work every day and goes home to prepare meals and wait for Lauren to get off work. If Lauren comes back early, he will prepare meals for her. Their lives are very fulfilling and happy. Warren has never imagined such a good life, not only with sufficient material, but also with a sense of happiness and fulfillment in spirit. The best life she knew before was to have a large number of servants, living an empty, boring and lonely life every day, like those noble ladies. But now, she cooks with Lauren every day, and occasionally buys some so-called pearl milk tea, cakes, potato chips and other snacks to eat. Fulfillment, happiness, and a sense of belonging. Before meeting the priest, Warren was extremely empty, both materially and spiritually. After meeting the priest, she had a short spiritual fulfillment, but then she became numb again, like a walking corpse. She dared not even think about such a life now, and she could not even dream of it. Today, Warren just got off work and bought 2 butter cakes from old George's house. She was going to go home and watch the latest technology product, the recorder, with Lauren. It is said that there are many dramas on it. However, when she arrived at the gate of the community, a handsome noble young man blocked her. "Hello, beautiful cat lady, I wonder if you are free now?" The noble young man politely hammered his chest to show respect. Warren's face sank. As a beautiful cat person, as she grows older, her cat ears and cat tail have become a kind of interest in the eyes of many people. When she was a killer before, she killed many small nobles, all of whom coveted her beauty. Now, Dahong City cannot kill people at will. "I'm sorry, I have a husband." After saying this, Warren clearly saw that the expression of the young man in front of him became stunned. Unexpected. We cat people have a long lifespan. Although I'm in my 40s, I look like I'm 18 years old. Warren was slightly proud in his heart. Although she cannot kill people, she will be fined for harassing other women or men for no reason. If it is sexual harassment, it will be more serious, and she will be detained by the police department of the city hall. Whether you are a noble with a prominent background or a commoner, you cannot break the law. Warren walked straight past the young man and walked forward. She is no longer the cat person who can only rely on the dagger in her hand. Now she is a citizen of Dahong. Lin Ke looked at the cat person who walked past with his head held high in front of him in astonishment, and was a little amused. This cat person is a bit untrustworthy, so he had to speak again. "Dear Ms. Warren, I'm Lin Ke. Lin Ke Azan. I came here to talk to you. Is it convenient?" Lin Ke Azan. If other people on the Nasan continent don't know Lin Ke, it's understandable, but as a person from the Gila Kingdom, Lin Ke should be very famous now. This time it was Warren's turn to be surprised. "Lord Lin Ke." Warren exclaimed first, then quickly hammered his chest and performed a respectful ceremony. It's okay. It seems that Miss Warren's charm is too dazzling." Lin Ke waved his hand. "I came here this time to say something to you about your hometown." "My hometown?" Warren looked puzzled. "Abyss? Holy Life Alliance? Or, yes, it's the Houston Plain." Lin Ke smiled. Houston means Desert of Despair. This is a medium-sized secondary plain. The main terrain inside is desert, including a few oases. Just a few days ago, Lin Ke received another task from the system. In the past few years, he has also received tasks one after another, but they are all about some professions and professionals. For example, if he invents the profession of pastry chef, he will get a very talented pastry chef. And if he builds 10 communities, architect, Velen will get a new architectural concept. Lin Ke has completed all these tasks. In fact, there were also task prompts during the 2 years when he was in a coma, but because he was unconscious, they were all considered failures. And this time's task, shine, the day when you successfully recover, is the day for the assessment of noble titles in the Kingdom of Gila once every 20 years. Go to the abyss and shine your dazzling light, and win the prize, Houston Plain. Reward, mysterious resources. The day for the assessment of noble titles in the Kingdom of Gila once every 20 years is mainly for the assessment of lords. The title of Duke requires strength of level 20 or above, Marquis is above level 18, Earl is above level 15, Viscount is above level 10, and Baron also needs level 5. To become a lord, you must be a professional and have made great contributions to the lord. There are not so many requirements for pioneering knights, and they can be awarded casually. This kind of power does not mean that only the head of the family can achieve it, as long as the strength of the entire family reaches it. For example, Earl Curly did not have that strength. But because he opened pet shops all over the country, his financial resources were very strong, and he hired a 15th level professional to join the family, and then became an earl. Some are because of the army, some are because of knowledge, and some are because of magic circles. However, some lord families have declined, and do not have enough strength to reach the corresponding level, so they will be stripped of their titles. In Nassang, there are two types of nobles, one is personal nobles, and the other is family inherited nobles. They can also be divided into lord nobles with territories and nobles without territories. Lin Ke is a personal noble, and also a lord noble, with territories, and also an earl. Garros is a family inherited noble, also a lord noble, and Azanan is a viscount family. This time, Lin Ke needs to go to the abyss with Garros to participate in the noble review. This noble review held every 20 years is also one of the grand events of the entire Nassam. By then, the Holy Life Alliance, the Everfrest Council, the human principalities, and various races and forces further west will come to the abyss to participate. You should know that the Nassam continent is not just 3 major forces, but the Holy Life Alliance, the Everfrest Council and the Kingdom of Gila are the only 3 powerful forces, where humans are in power or humans occupy the majority. The proportion of humans and other forces is too small. This noble council is similar to a military parade, an event that shows the power of Gila. There will also be various competitions. This Houston plane is one of the prizes. I will add more updates in the next few days at the end of the month to ask for monthly tickets. So give me some please. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Mathematicians of the Gila Kingdom. Old George's Milk Tea Shop. Old George is lucky, but unlucky. He has a son and a daughter. His son died in the battlefield, but he received a generous pension. His daughter was appreciated and loved by Lin Ke because of this. However, he still lost his son. Now, he and his wife have worked hard and have given Lily a brother or sister, so he is very active in doing things now. Under Lin Ke's guidance, he opened a dairy store, specializing in the production and sale of cheese, butter and other products, and also opened a dessert shop and a milk tea shop. Now their weekly income is more than the previous year. So they bought a 3-bedroom 1 living room house with many new things, exquisite furniture and delicious food. He even hired 5 employees and paid them wages. Today, George, who was counting the inventory in the store, unexpectedly discovered that Master Lin Ke actually came to his milk tea shop. Master Lin Ke took the Catwoman who often came to his store to buy cakes and walked to the private room in the store. So old George hurriedly took the menu in person. Master, what would you like to drink today? Old George was all smiles. His heart was filled with joy. Take a look. Master Lin Ke didn't go to the dessert shop opened by the pastry chef, not far away, right? I want a cup of Yangtze Ganlu. What would you like, Miss Xiaoguoran? Lin Ke ordered a cup casually. Same. Xiaoguoran was now full of tension, and her expression was a little dazed. Her hometown. Why did Master Lin Ke want to know about her hometown? Why did Master Lin Ke say that she might go back in the future? After she came to Nassang, she knew that her hometown had no chance of turning around. The strongest person in her hometown was just a fire god, that is, an 18-level epic master. In Nassang, the 15th level is called a master, the 18th level is called an epic, and the 20th level is called a star. Correspondingly, on the path of the gods, those above the 15th level are called great priests, the 18th level becomes a divine creature, and the 20th level is called a divine fire master. In her hometown, an 18th level epic warrior dared to call himself a god, and even wanted to absorb faith to become a divine creature, and then ignite the divine fire to become a god. You know, in Nassing, even children know that the legendary path is the most correct choice. So even she had to admit that her hometown was a backward and weak plane, a medium-sized secondary plane. The controller was the Everfrizz Council. It was a cold country, and she was not suitable to survive there. She originally thought that she would never be able to go back in this life, but she didn't expect. Miss Xiaoguoran, are you listening to me? Lin Ke called softly. Xiaoguoran came back to her senses and blushed. Sorry, I just thought of my hometown, and couldn't help it. It's okay. Lin Ke waved his hand. So your hometown has something special? Or is there anything different from ordinary medium-sized planes? Lin Ke was very curious why there was a Houston plane in the prize, although the prize list has not been announced yet. Special? There is an 18th level epic warrior in our hometown, and the others. There are more cat people and dog-headed people in our place, but no humans. If we want to talk about special features, does a desert in our plane count? Xiaoguoran frowned and thought. Cat people and cat-headed people are different. Cat people only have ears and tails like cats, while cat-headed people are more like cats walking upright. Is that so? Lin Ke was also a little confused. Cat people, dog-headed people, etc. are all in many planes, and there is nothing precious about them. The 18th level epic strong is even more so. Without the enlightened bloodline and skills, it is estimated that even the 15th level Nassing strongman cannot beat them. Being full of deserts is considered a special feature, but there should be many medium-sized planes like this. Forget it. Lin Ke shook his head. It's meaningless to daydream now, but he must complete the task. The mysterious resources mentioned by the system either come from the exploration outside the Great Desert City, or from the Houston Plain. He must get them. This plane has now been enslaved by a small lord from the Everfrizz Council. The population has been almost emptied, leaving only the desert. The epic master mentioned by Xiaoguoran was probably killed long ago. So, Lin Ke began to learn about the Houston Plain. After understanding it, Lin Ke asked Xiaoguoran to go back and prepare. In the future, it might be possible to obtain the Houston Plain, and Lin Ke would need a trustworthy guide at that time. This made Xiaoguoran excited and disappointed. The month of Yuho was unbearably hot. Lin Ke was instructing the farmers to plant mulberry trees. In the previous life, mulberry trees were best planted in spring, but the mulberry trees here are suitable for planting in summer. Not only are they easy to survive, but they are also easier to grow a developed root system. Master, how do you do the cuttings you mentioned? A young farmer-like man next to him asked. Mark, cuttings also require plant sympathy. Lin Ke began to explain to Mark. Mark was the first person to earn enough ASN coins from slaves and become a civilian. Lin Ke promoted him, of course, only in the Great Wasteland City. Then Mark did not choose the jobs in clothing stores and furniture stores that Lin Ke offered him, but was obsessed with farming. So, Lin Ke's farmer profession came into being. Of course, something went wrong later, and the profession became cultivator, which made Lin Ke more cautious. After all, this mutation was good. If someone else got a bad job, Lin Ke would not be able to get over it. Mark, who was employed as a cultivator, did not think so much. Being able to get enlightenment and become a professional was already luckier than almost all slaves in the world. Brother Lin Ke, John said that a group of people came to see you. They said they were mathematicians. Just as Lin Ke and Mark were explaining cutting, grafting and other techniques, Xiao Xingyan with a huge wingspan flew from a distance, and his gorgeous feathers sparkled in the sun. At this time, Xiao Xingyan was not the size of an ordinary parrot. It was more than 2 meters tall when standing on the ground. It was a real giant bird. Moreover, Xiao Xingyan also took on the Phoenix and Thunder Eagle professions inherited from its bloodline. Its main bloodline came from these two. Xiao Xingyan landed, and the people around him avoided it. Lin Ke jumped onto its back. Let's go. Lin Ke's eyes were full of excitement. It seemed that the people who studied mathematics that Laplace had summoned were here. He wanted to keep as many people as possible this time. After all, research in all aspects could not be separated from them. Chapter 211. Meet the Great River. A visitor from the Gila Research Institute. Lin Ke sat on the back of Zingan and flew towards his villa. However, he was stopped by someone halfway. The man in front of him had blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, and was a tall man. Who are you? Feeling the divine power, Lin Ke had a vague guess in his heart. Swainazan, but he fooled a god. Hello, Mr. Lin Ke, I'm Mr. Noble, the neutral god. I'm the faith of all nobles. I represent nobility and etiquette, and I represent lofty pursuits. The nobleman in front of him announced his arrival in the form of an aria. What's the matter? Lin Ke interrupted with a frown. He still had to meet the mathematicians, and had no time to accompany Mr. Noble here. Feeling Lin Ke's impatience, Mr. Noble was a little annoyed, but he could do nothing. He could kill the little noble in front of him with a flick of his fingers, but then he would be invaded by the terrifying master-level strongman into the kingdom of God, destroy his godhood, and kill him alive. It's like this, respected Mr. Lin Ke. I followed the instructions of His Majesty the Crow, and wanted to ask you something. The nobleman smiled and waited for Lin Ke to answer, without any sign of anger. What is it? Just tell me all at once. Lin Ke sat on Zingan's back, instructed Zingan to fly forward, and said, let's talk while we walk. I have something urgent. It turned out that there was something urgent, but what could be more urgent than this matter of mine? Mr. Noble's handsome face and handsome smile did not show any inner urgency. The main thing is that His Majesty the Crow told me that I joined the camp of the Azan family, and then you can tell me a way to become greater. Mr. Noble briefly recounted what Lin Ke said to Mr. Noble when he was dressed as Crow Swain that day. Oh, this matter? It's simple. You follow me first, and I'll tell you after I'm done. Lin Ke answered lightly, but I'm going to meet a distinguished guest later. You can temporarily be my follower to save face? Lin Ke needs him to save face? Please, your ancestor is the master, your teacher is a legend, and you are also deeply loved by His Majesty Wumian. How can I, a low-level god, have such a face? However, the nobleman still had a smile on his face. Okay, Mr. Lin Ke, I hope we can get along well. As he said that, the nobleman automatically lagged behind Lin Ke by half a body and flew to the residential area with Lin Ke. On the way, there were also some people riding various mounts to fly, most of whom were some flying monsters near Dahuang City, to make extra money as rental beasts. As long as it was not illegal or against regulations, Lin Ke didn't care. However, these monsters knew whose Mount Zingan was, and they would bypass it, so Lin Ke quickly landed in the residential area. His villa is very large, one of the largest villas. On weekdays, Geros, Feudal and others would come here to stay in their spare time. At this time, after he and Zingan landed, they saw that the servants in the garden had trampled the garden into a mess. These were planted by him and Princess Lika. Go, and play with your friends. Lin Ke asked Zingan to fly away. The nobleman was half a body behind Lin Ke, like his follower. When the servants saw Lin Ke, they screamed and crawled through the door to enter the villa. Lin Ke frowned. At this time, the people in the villa were startled when they heard that Lin Ke was back. The first one to come out was Lin Ke's eldest disciple, Laplace, the only son of the Marquis of Ice, who he accepted after he couldn't stand the soft and hard grinding. Teacher, you are finally here. Laplace was already a handsome guy at this time. It was said that a lot of girls in Dahuang City admired him. Laplace, the mathematicians are all. Lin Ke pointed to his villa. Yes, teacher, come in quickly. Laplace seemed very happy. I will take you to see His Excellency Liu. His wisdom is really profound and dazzling. As a rising star in the mathematics world, Laplace is very qualified to meet mathematician Liu. Even if Liu didn't want to break through to the legend, he might have accepted Laplace as his disciple. Liu, a star-level mathematician. Okay, let's go. Lin Ke adjusted his collar casually and then followed Laplace into the house. After entering, the villa was not as noisy as imagined, nor as unbearable as imagined. A dozen people stood in the living room, admiring the scenery outside the French window, and were careful not to sit on the sofa, as if they were afraid of getting it dirty. They looked around with curiosity and caution, and their big eyes were as pure as babies. When Lin Ke followed Laplace in, they looked at him with clear and slightly curious eyes, making Lin Ke feel as if a group of children were looking at him. This group of mathematicians didn't seem to be as unbearable as the servants outside. But after entering, Lin Ke found that the atmosphere was awkward. The mathematicians kept their lips tightly closed, seemed a little shy, and a little nervous, just staring at Lin Ke without saying a word. There were also a few servants who came in to report, who dared to stand with their heads down and said nothing. Dear mathematicians, this is Count Lin Ke, my guide in mathematics, and one of my teachers. Laplace proudly introduced Lin Ke to everyone. A long time ago, Laplace had reached level 12, catching up with his former teacher, the mathematician, invited by the Marquis of Ice. And now, in addition to his teacher, the mathematician, standing in front of him is the mathematician. Only those above level 15 can be called home. Respected Count Lin Ke, hello. This time we come here to discuss various difficult mathematical problems with you. At this time, a young and beautiful woman spoke. Lin Ke looked over. The woman had a fair face, big wavy golden hair, thin and tender lips, and a tall figure of about 1.8 meters. She looked like a model with excellent image and temperament. But her eyes, like the mathematicians around her, were clean and pure. Laplace whispered to the side, this is a star level mathematician, the leader of our mathematical world, His Highness Juliu. Juliu? Exclamation mark. Is Juliu a woman? Lin Ke always thought she was a man. His Highness Juliu, hello. Lin Ke hammered his chest with his right hand to show respect. You are very welcome. Juliu also responded in the same way. Count Lin Ke, we came here this time to ask you to hand over the lost ancient mathematical secrets. At this time, a handsome man next to him frowned and spoke. As soon as he spoke, the agility in the eyes of all mathematicians changed and became ugly. Mathematical secrets? Lin Ke raised his eyebrows and looked at Laplace next to him. Teacher, that is the supervisory minister of the Internal Research Institute of the Giller royal family. He is a person who specializes in assisting mathematical research, including the servants outside. He is also arranged by him to take care of the mathematicians. Laplace introduced in a low voice, and at the end he reminded, by the way, this supervisory minister used to be one of the followers of the moon goddess. Later, he followed His Highness the Grand Prince, and was a member of His Highness the Grand Prince's steward group. Oh, what a coincidence. More. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 212. A nobleman serves as a follower. A huge sum of money. Hello, supervisory minister. I don't have any ancient mathematical secrets. I think mathematicians also know that mathematics is something that is greater in the present generation than in the past. Lin Ke responded with a smile. The research of mathematics must be more advanced in the present generation than in the past generation. Otherwise it proves the incompetence of contemporary mathematicians. How is it possible? The supervisory minister frowned and said sharply, the ancient lost mathematical secrets are clearly owned by our Giller kingdom. You should take it out and bring it back to me to keep in the institute. This. Lin Ke couldn't do anything with this supervisory minister. What operation? So confident? And after the supervisory minister spoke, the mathematicians looked even uglier. What ancient mathematical secrets? If you say that, it means that all of our contemporary mathematicians are working in vain. The mathematical knowledge inherited from the entire Giller kingdom from ancient times has been updated and iterated many times. Do you want to use those secrets that are no longer of much use to suppress us? Lin Ke naturally noticed the expressions of these mathematicians. These mathematicians are very similar to his teacher Orff in the past. They rarely communicate with others, so they don't hide their emotions. I think, Sir Charlie, we have told you before that there is no so-called secret in mathematics. Only diligence and talent can lead to strength. Juliu frowned slightly and replied to the supervising minister Charlie in an impatient tone. It seems that Minister Charlie and the mathematicians are not on the same side. No wonder the servants outside don't seem to know any rules and trampled his garden to pieces, while the mathematicians inside didn't even touch his furniture, but just stood quietly in the living room, very well behaved. Oh. But I heard that His Highness Julius' powerful equation skill came from a mathematician in ancient times. The supervisory minister glanced at Julio and said, "It seems that the secret book was bought by our researchers from the Grand Duke of Deep Blue at a high price. The Grand Duke of Deep Blue, the Grand Duke of Mountains, the Grand Duke of Green Leaves, the Grand Duke of Evil Eagle, the Grand Duke of Hurricane, the Grand Duke of Element, the Grand Duke of Thunder and Lightning, and the Grand Duke of Dragon. The 8 Grand Dukes of the Kingdom of Gila. Among them, the Grand Duke of Deep Blue is the oldest, older than the Emperor Wumian, and the others are younger than the Emperor Wumian. So the Grand Duke of Deep Blue also has a lot of inventory, including many ancient items." This. Julio was choked by what he said. Seeing this, Lin Ke understood. Why can a guy who is not even level 10 speak so much and bark here? It turns out that it is because these mathematicians know that they need help from others. Indeed, mathematicians are the least profitable, whether in Lin Ke's previous life or now. In the past, no one was willing to invest in anything that only aimed at economic growth and could not create economic value. Fortunately, there were a group of very excellent and very open-minded universities willing to invest in mathematics. However, most of the public would learn something to see if it could make money, and then consider other things. In NASA, the mathematicians at least have a certain combat power, but the combat power is not that strong. So far, NASA has not even a legendary mathematician. No wonder this supervisor dared to do this. If he knew that mathematics is the mother of thousands of sciences, he would not be so rampant. In Lin Ke's eyes, these mathematicians are all treasures. In this world, where power is respected, before the true power of mathematics is discovered, they have been insisting on studying and exploring mathematics. Such a pure love for mathematics is indeed rare. Just like Laplace. At the beginning, Laplace was indeed as arrogant and domineering as some nobles, but later, after Lin Ke learned about Laplace's previous daily routine, he couldn't help but accept him. After all, in the big melting pot of the nobility, Laplace's regular work and rest schedule can be regarded as very self-disciplined. Self-discipline, diligence, and a little bit of talent. Very good. It was his complete love for mathematics that prompted him to do this. And like Lin Ke, in his previous life, he hated mathematics, just like foreign languages, but he loved both of them very much. Both of them are like the foundation. Only with the foundation can you build tall buildings. Can you ask, what are the main research works of all the mathematicians now, and how much money have they spent? Lin Ke asked at the right time. They? Haha, Miss Julio, you can tell me yourself. The Minister of Supervision smiled disdainfully. There is no need to talk about daily food and clothing. That's what should be done. Daily food and clothing? Lin Ke looked at the mathematicians in front of him who were dressed in cloth and dressed like old farmers, and his confidence was a little stronger. We don't spend much. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Julio's mature and intellectual face. Oh, by the way, whether it's a lot or not, you can compare it with the goblins. They have the most useless things, but there are always useful things. The Minister of Supervision interrupted directly with a blank expression. Don't forget, in addition to your majesty, the Lord of the Mountain also invested 1 million in you. Julio was interrupted by the Minister of Supervision, and a flash of anger flashed across his face, but he endured it, took a deep breath and said, our current research includes equations, graphics, arithmetic, and space. This year, we have consumed about 30,000 gold coins. Since the establishment of the institute, we have consumed 5 million gold coins. 5 million gold coins. As soon as this number came out, the expressions of the mathematicians dimmed, and the expression of the Minister of Supervision became more and more disdainful. The Minister of Supervision sneered. By the way, those messy things you have researched are extremely troublesome to construct skills. The mental shock is better than a big fireball. You guy, my master hasn't asked you to speak yet. At this time, the noble gentleman behind Lin Ke couldn't help but scolded. Mr. Noble couldn't stand it anymore. Anyone with a little bit of eyesight could see that Lin Ke was unhappy. What if Lin Ke was unhappy and he didn't teach him to change his priesthood? So he couldn't help but scold the Minister of Supervision. Who are you? The Minister of Supervision didn't take the followers behind Lin Ke seriously until Mr. Noble spoke. He was shocked when he saw him. Mr. Noble. He has lived in the abyss for many years and is a frequent guest at major banquets. Many nobles like to call him to show off. Why is he here? To be Lin Ke's follower now? Exclamation mark. Honorable Mr. Noble. Why are you here? The Minister of Supervision exclaimed, which made Mr. Noble proud. It seems that his deterrent power is still good. I come to be Mr. Lin Ke's follower. Do you have any objection? Chapter 213 successfully kidnapped a group of babies. With a noble gentleman as Lin Ke's follower, the supervisory minister did not speak and even lowered his posture a little. This made Lin Ke feel a kind of irony. Just like in the previous life. In the previous life, people looked at how much money a person made and how much assets he had. The more assets, the more respected he was. In this life, people look at how strong a person's power is, not how much contribution he has made to society and the human race. The bigger the fist, the truth. However, if everyone becomes an entrepreneur, who will work? Who will serve? Who will do science and research? If everyone becomes a legend or god with powerful destructive power, the consequences will be the same. Lin Ke has always respected people with any pursuits, whether they want to get rich, become an official, or go abroad to pursue freedom. They are all personal pursuits. He will have the most basic respect for people. But for those who are determined, alone, and want to make silent contributions to the human race, Lin Ke has more respect and admiration. Therefore, when Lin Ke heard the mathematicians about the consumption of the funds of the Gila researcher, he felt a burst of laughter and tears. For such a small amount of money, people can study so many things. In the past life, if the world's greatest group of mathematicians came to China to conduct scientific research, it would be worth more than any amount of money. The kings and grand dukes of the past life must have known the true value of this. Mr. Doraf proved the infinity of prime numbers, and I invented the Juliu screening method for finding prime numbers, which cost a total of 3,000 gold coins. I proposed the linear, quadratic and indeterminate equations, which cost 195 gold coins and 5 silver coins. This time I spent too much, and used 13 more pieces of parchment. Mr. Whitebird proposed that all tangible things can be expressed by mathematics, and founded the School of Geometry. We are currently conducting research in the fields of rectangles, trapezoids, and polygons, which cost 51 gold coins and 2 copper coins. Juliu looked a little embarrassed. The seemingly queen-like Juliu actually looked a little pitiful. This time it's because you are the Count Link, whom His Majesty loves, and Laplace and the Marquis of Ice also strongly recommend you. Otherwise, I would not allow them to escape. The supervisory minister was full of impatience. A gleam of light flashed in Lin Ke's eyes. This supervisory minister is not a fool. Perhaps many years ago, when Laplace just became famous in the mathematics world, these mathematicians wanted to meet him. But they were probably blocked by the supervisory minister. After all, the supervisory minister is on the side of the moon goddess. Including today, this supervisory minister looks particularly hateful. Is he sure that Lin Ke dare not mess with him? Haha. I'm not afraid of your boss, the moon goddess, but I'm afraid of you, a running dog. Sir Charlie, I didn't hear clearly. How much money have they spent in the past few hundred years? Lin Ke asked with a smile, and his face did not show any expression of being annoyed by the supervisory minister. 5 million gold coins. The supervisory minister stretched out 5 fingers, then retracted them. Of course, what they eat and use every day is supplied by us. Haha, they can't create any value like this, and the skills they come up with can't be sold either. They are losing money. It's only because your majesty is soft-hearted, otherwise. As he said that, he glanced at Juliu. But your majesty woo me and also recognizes it. This is our hard work. Juliu couldn't help but refute, but his voice became smaller and smaller, although there are no results yet. In the future. Okay, that's what I said 200 years ago. The supervisory minister was too lazy to look at Juliu, but looked at Lin Ke. Count Lin Ke. Good guy. Lin Ke really couldn't listen anymore. This is fucking workplace poor. Normal people, you did it wrong. People with good intentions, you did it wrong. Maybe it's right to do this. Poor, you did it wrong. You are rubbish. No one wants you except me. Why don't you hurry up and be grateful? Typical workplace poor. Lin Ke wanted to laugh, but still asked, what's wrong? What do you want to tell me? Count Lin Ke, I now suspect that you stole the ancient mathematics scroll from the Gila Royal Institute. Now I need to search your great wasteland city. The supervisor replied with a smile, but his eyes were full of sarcasm. He didn't say the scroll of the moon goddess, but the one from the institute. In the institute, besides the dean, he is the most powerful one, and he has the final say. If he says yes, then yes. Is this your purpose? Lin Ke smiled and shook his head. You want to investigate my great wasteland city and put the blame on the institute? You want to investigate a lord noble who has existed since ancient times, want to search his territory, and want to make decisions in his territory when he has done nothing wrong? Haha. Lin Ke didn't want to say anything. This supervisory minister thought he was smart, but he forgot that Lin Ke had something. Newspaper. What would other lords and nobles think? You, the supervisory minister of the institute, want to search the territory of a kingdom lord? The family territory of a lord who has existed since the founding of Gila. Which family should be searched next time? Also find a false name? Feeling bored, Lin Ke waved his hand. If you dare to move, I dare to kill you. You are just a level 10 dog. Do you dare to help your master vent his anger? After saying that, he thought for a while and signaled to Mr. Noble. Forget it, it's annoying to watch. Mr. Noble, do me a favor and expel him from my territory. Expel a level 10 person? A small minion? That's okay. This minion is just a dog of the moon goddess, or even just a dog of the grand prince. Thinking that there is also a master level existence behind Lin Ke, and Lin Ke also has unlimited potential and can help him solve a problem. So Mr. Noble raised his arm and pointed at the supervisory minister, his eyes indifferent. Deprive of your identity and exile thousands of miles away. As his voice fell, the supervisory minister only had time to let out a sharp whistle. Little god, how dare you? In this situation, the supervisory minister, who was originally a little afraid of Mr. Noble, also showed his true colors. With the moon goddess as his backer, he was not afraid of anything. However, before the minister of supervision could even finish his words, the nobleman's eyes turned cold when he heard the words little god exile thousands of miles away. Then, the minister of supervision's body wash turned into a residual image and disappeared, just like the green water python that disappeared in front of Lin Ke. After the minister of supervision disappeared, Juliu couldn't help but change his expression. This Count Lin Ke, the minister of supervision, is the person who is responsible for supervising all matters of the institute, and in many cases, has more power than the dean. Let's go back and admit his mistakes to him now, and I will put all the blame on myself. It's okay, he won't be next month. Lin Ke waved his hand indifferently. Now, let's talk about everyone. Juliu seemed to have just remembered what happened this time, and said, by the way, Mr. Lin Ke, we heard Laplace talk about your talent, and wanted to invite you to join the mathematical school of the institute, but we didn't expect. Unexpectedly, this Count Lin Ke was so tough. Join the institute? No need. Lin Ke used to think that the Gila royal family's institute was very good, but now it seems to be just ordinary. Many research institutes, including the previous life, have research goals based on whether it is useful, whether it is meaningful, and whether it has economic value. However, some research institutes are completely based on whether it is passionate and whether it is curious. For example, some people raised a boring question like how many times does a dog have to shake its hair after being soaked to dry it? If it were in some research institutes, they would definitely not set up a project and even think it is meaningless and a waste of money. But at a certain time in the future, this research was applied to the drying of washing machines. This is curiosity and interest. With curiosity and interest, if there is no lack of courage to explore, it is possible to form research results in the end, although such results may not be useful at the moment. The research orientation of the Gila Royal Research Institute is based on the result orientation of whether it can improve strength. Although Lin Ke is not rich enough to be interest oriented, he will still support many research projects with small investments, regardless of whether they are boring or meaningful. As long as you have the ability, you should support them. The progress of human civilization is often driven by these boring, meaningless and no current value research results. Instead of joining that kind of research institute, why not join our Great Wilderness Research Institute? Lin Ke's face was solemn, and he invited all the mathematicians to take a seat. By the way, he drove out all the servants. Those servants seemed to serve the supervising minister, not the mathematicians. Julia was confused by Lin Ke. They invited Lin Ke to join the Gila Research Institute. How come Lin Ke invited them instead? I will ask Lin Ke to pay back the 5 million you owe. No, I will just pay 10 million directly, so that they will have nothing to say. Lin Ke enthusiastically invited the mathematicians to take a seat. Come on, everyone, please sit down, let's talk about mathematics. 10 million? Question mark? Not only the mathematicians were stunned, but also the nobles. He has been hanging around in various noble banquets for so many years, and there is an appearance fee. But his current net worth is only tens of millions. This is because he is old enough. A legend like Orf who works behind closed doors would probably find it difficult to take out a deposit of 100 gold coins. This Count Lin Ke. 10 million. The mathematicians were even more shocked than the nobles. Only poor people know what a certain number of gold coins represent. For example, 10 million gold coins equal 10 billion copper coins equal 10 billion pieces of black bread, 200 million pieces of cloth, and so on. Most of them are adopted children, who are raised step by step by their adoptive parents, and handed over to the institute, and then the institute assigns them to the School of Mathematics, and then they are cultivated by the Great River. Of course, there are also many mathematical seedlings that appear in various places and eventually come to the institute and become part of the School of Mathematics. It's just that the School of Mathematics is declining. They can't beat others, such as the School of Element and the School of Bloodlines. They can't scold others, such as the School of Idealism and the School of Materialism. They can't do anything, so they are naturally looked down upon. So those with backdoors go to other schools, and orphans are arranged into the School of Mathematics. Most of them are children from poor families. They save money on weekdays and buy paper, pens, and tools. Where have they seen such a rich master? Julia was stunned for a moment, unable to speak. But, it's okay, Miss Julia. His Majesty Wu Mian will agree to my request. Lin Ke tried his best to comfort them, and you don't have to worry about money for research here. You can study whatever you want. Just report it and record it. In addition, my current research directions in mathematics mainly include number theory, algebra, algebraic geometry, topology, mathematical analysis, non-standard analysis, function theory, ordinary differential equations, partial differential equations, dynamic systems, integral equations, functional analysis, computational mathematics, probability theory and mathematical statistics, applied statistical mathematics. Other subjects of applied statistical mathematics, operations research, combinatorial mathematics, fuzzy mathematics, quantum mathematics, applied mathematics, etc. Lin Ke spoke a lot very quickly. It happened that he had learned these in his previous life. At least he remembered the names. Unexpectedly, the people who were shocked by the financial resources just now were stunned by Lin Ke's series of nouns. What to study? Julia wondered if he had a stuttering disease, and his brain was not working properly. Mathematics. Lin Ke smiled and said, let me ask you a few questions to see if you know anything. The people in front of him were all the top of the nascent mathematics community. It was the best place to learn about current mathematical knowledge. By the way, Miss Julia, you are currently studying equations, which is the direction of functions, right? Oh, this is a name I invented personally. Lin Ke smiled and said, in my opinion, the meaning of functions is divided into real variable function theory and complex variable function theory. Real variable function theory is a theory that studies the continuity, differentiability, and integrability of functions. Complex variable function theory is a theory that studies the properties of analytic functions of complex variables. Lin Ke talked freely, and everyone's expressions became more and more shocked, and then from shock to thinking, and from thinking to action. Do you have paper? Count Lin Ke, I mean it's better to have a pen, paper, and pen. Juliu said anxiously. Everything is available. Lin Ke laughed and waved his hand, and a pile of paper and pens appeared. Juliu and the others didn't care about Lin Ke at all at this time, but took paper and pen to calculate. The knowledge of functions that Lin Ke talked about was not only beneficial to Juliu, but for these poor mathematicians, any mathematical feedback was invaluable. Swish, swish. Juliu and his friends wrote on the top quality ASM paper, with lines of formulas and numbers flowing on the paper. Even Laplace was calculating something thoughtfully. After a while, Laplace looked up and opened his hands. Two characters naturally formed a sphere and flowed out, floating on the palm of his hand, emitting a faint light. The characters on the sphere were conspicuous, F, X, B. The two symbols turned into spheres and flowed in his hands. What did you learn? Lin Ke smiled. Calculus, have you learned it? No teacher. Laplace scratched his head. That field is too profound. It's okay, as long as you understand it. Lin Ke nodded and looked at the next person who woke up. This was an old man with a white beard. He just raised the paper in his hand and said shyly to Lin Ke, Count Lin Ke, can I ask you something? Yes, I remember that you studied geometry, Mr. Whitebeard. I wonder how well you know about algebraic geometry. Lin Ke took the draft paper from Whitebeard and read it, and then told him everything he knew. After a while, Whitebeard opened his eyes, and his eyes were shining. With a strong momentum, he broke through to level 19. Level 19. Originally, Whitebeard and another person were at a higher level under the giant flow river. Now, Whitebeard has reached level 19. So the others looked at each other and surrounded him like vicious dogs. Mathematics. Count Lin Ke is not a mathematical genius, he is a mathematician. A mathematician who can help them break through, is very rich, and is also very handsome. Why go back to the institute? Stay and explore the mysteries of mathematics. Count Lin Ke, look at the area and circumference of this circle. Count Lin Ke, what is the connection between real numbers and rational numbers? Count Lin Ke. The mathematicians came up to him and talked at once, with only a strong desire for knowledge in their eyes. Lin Ke didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and waved his hand. Everyone come one by one, there will be more time in the future. At this time, the noble gentleman standing behind him was stunned. A group of people above level 15 are actually asking Count Lin Ke for advice? Exclamation mark. Mathematics? What is that? The highest level is the giant river? Oh, that's fine. It's just a remote and unpopular thing. However, the noble gentleman suddenly looked forward to Lin Ke. If he had expectations or trust in the master before, then he now trusts Lin Ke. It seems that he can even know such unpopular things, so his knowledge should be very profound. Lin Ke explained carefully to these mathematicians, from number theory to geometry, from algebra to functions. He himself had not thoroughly studied many things in his previous life, but that did not prevent him from saying everything he knew. Anyway, for now, he just happened to know all the doubts of these smart mathematicians. If he had a job as a teacher or something, he would probably have received constant feedback now. Of course, if he did not take the job, someone else would naturally take the job in the future. In the future, mathematics will be a compulsory course in schools. It took 3 full days to answer the mathematicians. Even Lin Ke felt very refreshed during these 3 days. He threw various affairs to John, the acting city lord, and later even Orth could not help but join in, but many of his questions were not related to mathematics. Lin Ke felt very refreshed, and the mathematicians could be said to have been enlightened. It was so cool. Juliu and other mathematicians had never felt so refreshed. The difficult problems that they had repeatedly chewed, explored, and thought about before were all answered clearly with a few words from Lin Ke. Many mathematicians received feedback that they had upgraded by 1 to 2 levels, and they only needed to go back and meditate a few times to upgrade. However, only Juliu was thinking all the time, and didn't ask Lin Ke too many questions. But no matter whether he asked or not, Lin Ke had only one feeling. He had found a treasure. What made these mathematicians So great was not their existing knowledge. Lin Ke had learned those simple things in high school, and at most not more than his freshman year. But most of the knowledge of these mathematicians was researched from scratch. It's not just about giving a textbook and listening to the teacher, but it was obtained through thinking and exploration for hundreds of years. They endured the coercion of evil forces, the lack of sufficient research materials, and the lack of a good living environment. But under such circumstances, relying on their love for mathematics, they managed to produce good research results. Lin Ke respects such people, and he also looks forward to whether these mathematicians can break through the unsolved mysteries of mathematicians in the previous life, reach a high level. Chapter 214, The Meaning of Nobility. The Birth of Reading Comprehension Method. The mathematician stayed. Lin Ke had a group of treasures, so naturally he had to arrange accommodation for these mathematicians, but they were all single apartments. Many of the houses are now empty. After all, Lin Ke built a metropolis with a population of 1 million, but the population did not grow so quickly. If it is full after a million, if the population increases, it can only be built up by building floors, or opening up another city, or outside the city. But Lin Ke estimated that it would not be in a short time. It would still take some time to make the Great Wasteland City operate at full capacity. After Lin Ke settled the mathematicians, he began to solve the problem of Mr. Noble. The most fundamental problem of Mr. Noble is that he became a god, based on the difference between nobles and civilians. He is the god of nobles, not the god of civilians. But what Lin Ke is doing now is to directly destroy Mr. Noble's foundation. What is Lin Ke doing? Nobles, civilians, and even slaves are equal. Although it is only a great wasteland city, Mr. Noble saw endless horror in it. If this thing sweeps the world. So, Mr. Noble wanted to obstruct Lin Ke at the beginning, otherwise, with his cowardly style, it would not be like this at all. But now, Mr. Noble looked at Lin Ke, who was well rested, with his eyes full of expectation. During those 3 days, Lin Ke's communication with mathematicians opened his eyes. He originally thought that mathematics was useless. But when he started thinking, he found that his brain driven by his godhood was not enough. Equations could not be calculated. Analytic geometry could not be calculated. Calculus still could not be calculated. Andrew's leg. This was the first time he felt that his godhood was so useless. Of course, it was just a momentary thought. After all, his godhood did not include logic, numbers and other priesthoods. Mr. Lin Ke, can you teach me? Mr. Noble himself did not realize that he used you instead of you, which represents respect in the common language of Nassim. Teach you what? Lin Ke was sleepy. He had just woken up. The nobleman noticed that he had woken up. Mr. Lin Ke. Mr. Noble's face changed slightly, and he thought that Lin Ke was going to default. Teach me how to change my priesthood. Change priesthood. Mr. Noble was slightly excited. Countless gods. Countless gods did not know whether they were suitable for the priesthood when they first chose it. But later, they gradually found their weakness, but it was too late to change. If there was a magical method to change the priesthood, maybe Lin Ke would become the most popular person among the gods. Oh, change the priesthood? It's very simple. I have a method of my own creation, but you must sign a contract with me. Lin Ke smiled, no longer sleepy, and then took out a contract that had been prepared long ago from the space ring. Confidentiality contract. Okay. In just a moment, Mr. Noble scanned the contract, confirmed that it was a normal contract, and then signed his real name. Lin Ke also signed it. Can you tell me? Count Lin Ke. Mr. Noble's eyes were full of desire. Anyone who has been pursuing something for a long time, but has not been able to get it will be impatient when he is about to get it. My method, in simple terms, is reading comprehension. Lin Ke came to the sofa and sat down, and motioned Mr. Noble to sit down as well. This thing, which you call furniture, is quite comfortable. Mr. Noble praised, and then sat next to Lin Ke. What is reading comprehension? The meaning of reading comprehension is to give different meanings to an ordinary word. Lin Ke took out a piece of paper and wrote noble on it. What do you understand by the word nobility? Lin Ke looked directly into Mr. Noble's eyes. Nobles are people who are born noble and distinguished from ordinary people. Mr. Noble replied, "This kind of born nobleness is created by the efforts of their fathers." It seems that Mr. Noble also knows this truth. Nobility is not noble without reason. "Can I see your doctrine?" Lin Ke asked. Gods like Mr. Noble have doctrines, but most gods' beliefs do not come from Nasang, but from the secondary plane. After all, everyone looks down on the gods of Nasang. What they value more is legend, but it is not belief, but becoming a legend. These gods want to spread their beliefs in the secondary plane, so they need to establish temples and let the temple staff write doctrines for easy dissemination. In those places, the upper limit is often level 10, and level 10 means bring it. Mr. Noble took out a thin doctrine with a thin layer of gold powder on it, which looked luxurious and mysterious. Lin Ke took it, and slowly flipped through it. Generally speaking, this doctrine is very simple, warning believers that all your noble status comes from Mr. Noble, whether it is status, power or wealth. So you have to believe in Mr. Noble. The more devout your belief, the more likely you are to improve your status or power, and get more wealth. What a damn logic. After Lin Ke browsed through this small doctrine, he shook his head. "Wrong, your starting point is wrong." "Wrong?" Mr. Noble raised his eyebrows. "Where is it wrong?" "If he is wrong, he can still be a god." Countless beliefs. This is about my reading comprehension method. First of all, the word noble. You have to understand this word. For example, is noble necessarily status? Can't noble character, morality, and soul be? Lin Ke began his narration. In fact, in his opinion, whether it is a material god or an immaterial god, there are always certain commonalities. For example, material gods, fire gods, water gods, etc., can burn time and space, drown the world, etc. when they are at their strongest. As for non-material gods, such as conceptual gods, the river god in the previous life said the Milky Way is also a river, which shocked many people. So, it is not about what it is, but how to interpret it. Noble, perhaps it can point to the nobility of the spirit. When believers find that the gods they believe in require them to be a truly noble with noble character, their faith may become purer. As Lin Ke explained, Mr. Noble's eyes changed from curiosity to shock, and then to brilliance. Surprisingly, there is actually such a method. Mr. Noble can imagine that, if he changes the interpretation of his priesthood, then the scope of his priesthood will be combined with the good qualities of human beings themselves. Why do you believe in Mr. Noble? Because he taught us that noble character is the basis for obtaining status. Why do you believe in Mr. Noble? Because he said that people's wealth, poverty, nobility, and humbleness are not due to their birth, but to their direction, degree of effort, degree of self-discipline and character and virtue. In this way, Mr. Noble saw a broad road. Chapter 215, the latest monthly issue, bombarding the Research Institute. Lin Ke's reading comprehension method was newly compiled. He read a lot of novels in his previous life, which led to his frequent contact with these. So he talked endlessly, and it took him a whole day to talk to Mr. Noble, to have a good time. He found that this Mr. Noble was actually quite timid. He might have become a god by taking advantage of the situation in the early stage, but he could not make any progress later. He could only obtain insignificant social feedback from places such as noble dinners as he imagined. Originally, in Mr. Noble's budget, it was estimated that he would have to have more than 500 years of social interaction to have the opportunity to be promoted to the next level. But now it seems that it is not necessary. Lin Ke, such a precious secret method, where did you get it from? Mr. Noble shook Lin Ke's hand with excitement, but then felt that it was inappropriate and said again, "Sorry, I don't want to explore your secrets." Mr. Noble calmed down, and then said sincerely, "In the future, I will do my best to help you complete one thing. Of course, Azan, who has Lord Crow, may not need me, but this is my friendship." Mr. Noble is really grateful to Lord Crow now, and of course, he is even more grateful to Lin Ke. Lin Ke couldn't put himself in the shoes of the other person who couldn't get promoted for hundreds of years, but he understood. Just like a billionaire with hundreds of millions of assets, he wanted to break through 1 billion assets, but he was hit by the upper limit of his life, and couldn't break through. Although he was good enough in the eyes of most people, this had indeed been restricting and bothering him. Mr. Noble was like that. And now, Lin Ke gave him the opportunity to continue to improve and become stronger. Okay, I'm glad to have your friendship, Mr. Noble. Lin Ke didn't say much. Mr. Noble said he was a bad guy, but he was a god. He was powerful, but he was a useless god. But there would always be a place for him to be useful in the future. That, Mr. Lin Ke, I wonder if I can also have a place to live here? Mr. Noble said a little embarrassedly. No problem, you just need to go to the city hall to buy it. Lin Ke smiled. Want to get it for free? Wishful thinking. City hall? Okay. Mr. Noble laughed dryly. He didn't want to pay so much money. After chatting for a while, Mr. Noble was ready to return to the abyss. He had to go back and sort out his recent gains, then revise his doctrines, and change his priesthood. Mr. Lin Ke, please tell me, if you come to the abyss. Of course, I mean if it is possible. After His Majesty Wumian receives you, you can come to my temple to take a look. Mr. Noble smiled. Of course. Lin Ke nodded, and then watched Mr. Noble soar into the sky, and soon he disappeared. Next, Lin Ke became a monk, and rode Little Lucky to an office building. Little Lucky, wait for me here. Lin Ke patted Little Lucky. Quack, quack. Little Lucky called twice, and then went to the side to chat with other birds. There are several other large birds on the roof of the office building, which are the mounts of the staff. This is a newspaper office. The address of the Great Wilderness Monthly and the People's Newspaper. The newspaper office has the largest number of professionals in the Great Wilderness City. Several professional, authors, and reporters, created by Lin Ke are all here. These mounts belong to the reporters, who need to go out to collect information frequently and come back once a month. It's the end of the month recently, and it's time for editors and authors to work overtime. Lin Ke opened the door on the roof and came to the newspaper office. Paper. Damn it, give me paper. I have an idea. Lin Ke, who wrote this article 9 Princesses Enjoy. There are so many typists. Little Wolf, I asked you to interview the Grand Duke of the Mountains last month, but what the hell did you interview? Andrew's leg. If his mistress is exposed, I bet that even Count Lin Ke can't protect you. Yeah. You might as well expose the matter between Count Lin Ke and Princess Lika. The people in the printing department are all idiots. A bunch of idiots. It's the end of the month, and the whole newspaper office is in chaos, with people howling. However, when Lin Ke listened outside the door for a while before opening the door and coming down, the whole editorial office suddenly became quiet. It's such a nice day today, Little Wolf. How about we go to Old George's for a cup of milk tea after work? Dear, the printing department has done a great job. Look at this illustration. It captures the essence of Count Lin Ke's sketches. Oh, damn. This novel is really wonderful and interesting. The editorial office changed from a storm to a gentle breeze and drizzle, as warm as a harmonious and beautiful family. Lin Ke was speechless. These people are funny. Lin Ke didn't care about them, and came to the office of the president of the Great Wilderness Monthly. The president was Hong, a level 5 author, who was recruited by Ms. Hishan. Of course, Hong has now been promoted to level 10 author and level 8 editor, all thanks to the newspaper. Master Lin Ke, why are you here? Hong stood up quickly when she saw Lin Ke coming in. I was just about to look for you. Regarding the members of our 3 newly developed workers associations, their applications for membership and ideological reports are all good. After 3 years of observation, they can be enlightened and granted professional tray matching. Lin Ke came to the sofa in the room and sat down, nodding slightly. Okay, you just need to discuss this with Watson. Remember, it is better to have nothing than to have something of poor quality. Okay, I will. Han poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table in front of Lin Ke. Master Lin Ke, I came here this time. I have a piece of news to tell you, and you publish it on the front page. Lin Ke narrowed his eyes. About the Giller Institute. Giller Institute? Han was stunned, and then worriedly said, Princess Rika and His Majesty Wumian. I will talk to them. This time we are not targeting them, so it doesn't matter. Lin Ke waved his hand, and then said, let's start with the system. The system of the institute is formulated by the supervising minister. The position of the dean is in name only, and many meaningful research has been shelved. Specifically, you can start with the fact that the Gila Kingdom is slightly less powerful than the Holy Life Alliance. For example, why can't Gila surpass the Holy Life Alliance when Emperor Wumian is so powerful? The blame should be placed on the Institute. It is the Institute that has dragged down the national strength. The Gila Institute studies old and ancient things, but we need to look forward. Lin Ke spoke slowly, while Han held a feather pen in her hand, with a gleam in her eyes, and quickly converted Lin Ke's spoken language into written language, and recorded it on paper. The characteristic of a writer is that it can make people feel as if they are in the scene, and empathize with the work. Therefore, every front page is written by a professional writer, which can make people feel happy, sad and other emotions. And this time, the emotion was defined by Lin Ke as anger. It turns out that everyone's life is so bad because of the Institute. Chapter 216 Public Opinion. The Anger of the Lords. In the newspaper office, Lin Ke was still talking, and Han was listening, including the supervisory minister, who actually wanted to frame a lord in the name of the moon goddess, and wanted to seize the knowledge and wealth of a lord. Lin Ke's words were full of several elements, one of which was the arrogance of the supervisory minister. Too arrogant. Too stupid. A mere research institute actually wanted to search a noble who owned a territory in the kingdom of Gila. And the reason was that the noble had some ridiculous mathematical scroll in his hand, and the noble targeted was the recently popular Count Lin Ke. And the supervisory minister of the research institute had a relationship with the moon goddess before. And, too many ands. While listening, Han injected vitality into the words under his pen, injecting his unbelievable, absurd, and extremely angry emotions into them. When he finished writing, the ordinary words had magic, and the Nasan common language seemed to turn into angry knife tips and stab into people's hearts. This manuscript will be sent to the editorial office outside, where the authors will process and beautify it, weaken the corresponding emotions, and then publish it in the Great Wilderness Monthly. Then I'll leave first. In addition, we need to recruit more authors and reporters, no matter what level they are. Lin Ke stood up after saying the relevant things. There may be countless newspapers that will be established in the future. We will publish another Gila Daily and Nasan Monthly. Gila Daily and Nasan Monthly. Hong's eyes flashed with surprise. Master Lin Ke, the whole Nasan? The Gila Kingdom is located in the east of Nasan, or more precisely in the southeast, while in the north is the Everfriz Council, and in the west is the Holy Life Alliance. Further west, there are other areas without humans, where there are many races and forces. However, there is no one who can compare with the Holy Life Alliance, the Gila Kingdom and the Everfriz Council. Most of them are small forces. If the reporters are asked to run so far, it is estimated that even level 10 reporters will not be enough. The profession of reporter can speed up the information collection speed, and some skills are related to discovering secrets, and some are related to footwork. There are only 10 reporters in the entire newspaper, and the remaining more than 100 reporters are ordinary people recruited from the citizens of the Great Wilderness. And more than 99% of the information of the Kingdom of Gila is collected by 10 reporters, and the rest are the more than 100 reporters. It is not difficult to discover the news of the entire Nasanj, as long as you enter the corresponding area, as long as reporters talk to the locals, you can collect it. But the difficulty is to enter. This is not the previous life, where there is only one kind of intelligent life, humans. The appearance of humans is easy to be discovered. How about this? I will tell the reporters about the mystery of the profession when the time comes. Lin Ke thought of 315 and knew that reporters can actually have various identities. In Nasan, they can also be of various races. Okay, no problem. Hong nodded and wrote down this matter. About when? This month. Lin Ke thought about it. He will be 18 years old soon, and now he has to prepare for participating in the noble's evaluation. Logically speaking, he is a member of Azan, but he is also a member of a family that has branched out and established its own family. When the time comes, he will have to discuss with Garros what to do. Also, remember to do a good job of controlling comments. Lin Ke thought about it, made a final explanation, and then walked out. controlling comments means that the Great Wilderness Monthly will publish some words from other lords of Gila on the last page of the newspaper, perhaps interviews with reporters, or letters from nobles. Those nobles will comment on a certain section of the previous issue of the newspaper, such as a certain novel, a certain news, etc., which is also the direction of guiding public opinion. And what Lin Ke did this time obviously carried too much private goods. If it was just to deal with the supervisory minister, Lin Ke would not have to do that, which would expose the true power of public opinion, although this power is only the tip of the iceberg. This time, public opinion can only incite literate lords and nobles. For most ordinary people and professionals, they probably won't feel much. But when literacy is popularized, the public grievances and anger are a sharp sword. No one can defeat the vast ocean of people. At the very least, even if there are people who suppress the world like the Emperor Wumian, at most they will just kill all the people with anger and resentment. These other people, once the soul is awakened, no one can be in the position of the emperor. You should know that many powerful professionals are not nobles. Those who have fought their way out from the bottom do not necessarily yearn to be nobles. Some want to be freebads or flames that do not forget their original intentions. These are also people. However, even if Lin Ke did not show the power of real public opinion, it would be enough for many people to have a headache, fear, or covet. These public opinions will manipulate the nobles, heirs of nobles, noble ladies and some literate professionals who are not strong-willed, so that many people can see the power of public opinion. But, it's worth it. Lin Ke does not want to target the little supervisor minister, so naturally he cannot shake the moon goddess who is the master. What he has to do is to recruit various unsuccessful researchers in the institute. In addition to mathematics, Lin Ke believes that there are many people from the elementary school who are frustrated and are being poored and despised by the supervisor minister. Lin Ke cannot rescue them one by one, but he will build a holy place in their hearts, a holy place for researchers, explorers, and those who pursue the truth. At that time, Lin Ke will publish articles in his own name and recruit scholars. Of course, he will not let go of scholars. Advertisements and public opinion will ferment in the next 2 months. And in these 2 months, many ambitious people will see the true value of newspapers. It is not to provide people with simple entertainment, but has a deep meaning. At that time, there may be countless newspapers, and writers will change from professionals who used to write powerful books on parchment to a more extensive profession. Perhaps the reporters here in Lin Ke will also be poached, robbed, and killed. But Lin Ke carefully signed a contract with all the followers who were never betrayed, and he should not disclose the characteristic ratio of the reporter profession. What he has to guard against is only the pressure from some great lords, especially the royal family. As long as he can hold on and have endless talents, Lin Ke can really start some transformation and infiltration at the institutional and ideological levels. Transformation, infiltration. Why do I feel like a villain? Lin Ke thought, shook his head, and let Xiaoxingan land. I'm back, Lin Ke. A call came from below. The garden at this time was even more miserable than when it was destroyed by the servants of the Minister of Supervision. 2 dirty figures, one big and one small, jumped and rolled in the garden, and mud and grass were everywhere. The 2 people covered in mud were fighting with a long snake. Come and help. This is the tail of a rain rattlesnake. I heard it's great to roast it. This is Licker's voice. Brother, come. Another voice was sweet and soft, and the voice was Grandma's. It was also holding the tail, but it was thrown all over. Lin Ke saw the little voice, and was immediately scared. Lucky, charge it. Lin Ke immediately patted Xiaoxingan's neck. He can't use energy now, but Xiaoxingan has the skill of charging. Gaga. Xiaoxingan's body was covered with the power of fire, thunder and wind at the same time. He swooped down with great power, attracting the attention of the people and mounts flying in the sky. In the great wasteland city, unless they were in danger, professionals could not use their skills against other intelligent life at will. But the citizens looked carefully. What happened in the villa area? That's fine. The property fee there is very expensive, but there are professional security patrols at any time. It is estimated that those professionals are subduing something. After all, deep in the lava swamp, there are often a lot of food materials that need to be processed in the Great Wasteland City, and some rich people like to process food materials in villas. Anyway, before they have money to buy villas, they are too lazy to care about the villa areas. In Lin Ke's villa, Zyro Zingan solved the jumping snake tail with just a dive. Hahaha, can't I cure you? Lin Ke got up from the ground with a carp jump, hugged her shoulders and laughed, and kicked the snake tail twice. Pop pop pop. Lin Ke was not covered in mud. The fine silk made by the silkworm was dust free, but there was no silk on his face and mouth. A mouthful of mud. Andrew's leg. Lin Ke, I used this mud to fertilize before. Lin Ke was so angry that his body was shaking. He wanted to grab Lin Ke and then ravage her face. Brother, what is Andrew's leg? Mom and Dad often say it when they fight in bed. However, the little girl next to him, who was dizzy from being thrown, stood up, first subconsciously put the mud-stained finger into her mouth to suck, and then quickly spit it out. Pop pop pop. Little Naomi, why are you fooling around with Lin Ke? Lin Ke was startled and hurried over to check. He was relieved to see that the girl in front of him was not injured. Lin Ke. Lin Ke's voice was louder than ever, even if he couldn't use the amplification technique. Inside the villa. Oh, okay. Why didn't I know you were so nagging? Lin Ke was drowsy on the leather sofa with velvet blanket. Lin Ke had long light golden hair, delicate and elastic face, and a pair of green eyes exuding a mysterious and lovely atmosphere. Lin Ke is already 17. The 17-year-old Lin Ke is not in childhood like her mother, the 5-colored dragon mother, because of her long lifespan. She is more like the human bloodline of the sleepless emperor, and has an adult body. The bloodline of the shepherd tree banshee, a branch of the emerald tree court, makes Lin Ke's curvy body look more slender and tight, without a trace of fat. But in such a body, there is a terrifying power of up to level 10. Human blood is like this. The deadline is only 100 years, and only by breaking through level 10 within 100 years can it be possible to increase lifespan. Lin Ke's bloodline is a very good bloodline, and it is also a shepherd tree banshee, a branch of the emerald tree court. The street trees in the entire Great Wasteland City are all created by Lin Ke. The emerald tree court is a force composed of some plant life in other areas in the west. Lin Ke's bloodline comes from there, and it is said that the 5-colored dragon mother went there specifically to ask for it. I really shouldn't have introduced you to Lalita. Lin Ke had a headache. Lin Ke was fine at first, just a young rich woman who was not very experienced in the world, and had a simple personality. What happened? She met Lalita, the big divat. Now Lin Ke has become Lalita number 2, while Lalita has become virtuous and gentle, cooking for Nix at home every day. Brother, who is Lalita? Sitting next to Lin Ke on the sofa was a little girl with pale silver hair and deep blue eyes like the deep sea. She is someone that Zyro Naomi can't stay with for a long time. Otherwise, she will turn Zyro Naomi into a bad person. Lin Ke glared at Zyro Naomi. This Zyro Naomi is his sister. Antova was pregnant for 2 years and 2 months, which is 30 months of Naseng's child. When Lin Ke knew that Antova was pregnant, he was also very concerned. He could even sense the vague blood connection when the child in Antova's belly was 3 months old, and Garros could also sense it. So, for the sake of his unborn sister, Lin Ke tried every possible way, and even spent a lot of money, to buy 3 pieces of fishman rhizomes collected by various nobles. He even asked Lin Ke to ask the Emperor Wumian and the 5-colored dragon mother for 2 oracles to bless them. This is Lin Ke's sister. He has a sister in this life. Lin Ke used various methods to enhance Antao's physique, and in the end, Antao and Garros, 2 human children, were born after more than 2 years of pregnancy. When Zyro Naomi was born, Lin Ke found that he had another person he had to protect in this life. He was even afraid that Zyro Naomi would be polluted by Garros, the fool, and Antao, who only knew how to read novels, so he often brought Zyro Naomi with him. Antao and Garros were naturally relieved, not only relieved but also happy. It was beautiful to take care of the child, and the older brother did the dirty work, while the parents did the hugging and playing. Then Feudal also loved Zyro Naomi very much, so they took turns to take care of the child, until Lin Ke met Zyro Naomi. Thus, the cruelty hidden under the appearance of little Naomi Lalita was revealed. Looking at the cute little Naomi and the well-behaved Lin Ke sitting on the sofa in front of him, Lin Ke was furious. A witch and a demon. He glanced at Lin Ke. How many of the magic potions planted in the garden survived? Lin Ke scratched her head. Magic potions? What is that? Can it be eaten? How do I know? Go ask Nyx. He is the master of magic potions. Haha, ha. Lin Ke was speechless. Okay, if you don't want to tell me, I'll go and see it myself. By the way, I'll deduct it from your snack coupons. Oh, and there's also a share for little Naomi. Don't. Husband. Brother. Don't. Two exclamations rang out, and Lin Ke's expression became more and more helpless. He is a scholar. When did he get involved with a witch and a demon? In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Lin Ke had no choice but to let the two demons continue to play in the garden. After they found out that Lin Ke was busy with work, they even built a fire in the backyard to roast snaketails. Lin Ke didn't bother to care about the two of them. As for Lin Ke, he had completely accepted Lin Ke. The 6-year-old Princess Mushu gave him 10 years to understand and accept her, and he couldn't leave her. As for Xiao Naomi, he had misunderstood in Tower, and the blood relationship and the brother-sister relationship between them made him helpless. What can he do? Spoil her? I just hope that, if Lin Ke has offspring in the future, he will never give them to Lalita, Lin Ke and Xiao Naomi. That would be too scary. Thinking about it, Lin Ke sat at the desk, took out a plush pen made of a dark blue giant tiger's tail, and began to write on an ordinary as-in paper. On the innate greatness of nobles, the original intention of a great wilderness research institute, 2 articles. The power of author activate. Lin Ke's eyes revealed a faint golden color, and the knowledge blood in the soul space shook slightly. At this time, there were several more branches on the knowledge blood, one of which was Lin Ke's author. As he wrote, Lin Ke smelled a burning smell. What's burnt? Lin Ke looked down from the window and saw that in a nursery full of magic, the magic potions that Lin Ke had transplanted and planted were being burned by flames, and there were 2 figures beside them putting out the fire. Rika. Little glutinous rice. Under Rika's ability, all the magic potions seemed to have never been hurt. Of course it's okay. After all, these were all Rika who took little glutinous rice to escape Lin Ke's pursuit into the great swamp, and then found them to plant in the yard again. At this time, the outside world had no idea about the mess in Lin Ke's family, because the latest issue of the Great Wilderness Monthly was out. Almost all literate people went to the nearest newsstand to buy a newspaper as soon as possible. Anyone who has followed the updates knows the feeling of discovering that the author has updated. No one is willing to wait for a second. Some of them can't wait to read the current affairs news. Some of them flip to the entertainment gossip at the back, and some of them are addicted to serialized novels. However, the words on the front page still attracted everyone's attention at the first time. Warning. Below the royal family, above the nobility. Front page. The front page actually put the subject matter on the royal family and the nobility this time. All the lords, almost all of them, were attracted by the title at the first time, and then went in to read it immediately. In the home of the Grand Duke of the Mountains. The Grand Duke of the Mountains, with a big stubble on his face, was wearing a thin shirt, revealing his chest hair blowing in the wind, and reading the newspaper with his legs crossed. Joseph. Andrew's legs, if you forget to order the latest as-in perfume for me this time, don't come back to the bedroom. A woman's roar came from the bedroom. Joseph, who had just picked up the newspaper, glanced in the direction of the bedroom with an unpleasant look, but his voice was gentle and domineering, and flattering and loving. I know, my wife, and dresses. Recently, the wives of the Abyss have been holding various banquets to show off the little things they bought from the Great Wilderness. I want the most expensive set of Swan Lake Leap. Wife, you look beautiful in anything you wear. Don't give me that set. It's only 18,000 gold coins. Anyway, it's your face that's lost. Then I'll say that you use the limited edition pocket watch of the Great Wilderness, but use the exquisite shampoo for me. Products produced by the Great Wilderness must be fine products. However, fine products also have different levels. Ordinary version, exquisite version, epic version, limited edition and legendary version. It's okay, my wife. I will break the neck of anyone who dares to say that to me. Then I will break your neck. While bickering with his wife, the eyes of Grand Duke Joseph of the Mountains were suddenly attracted by the front page. The anger, grievance, shock, and anger contained in the words turned into magic and rushed towards him, but they collapsed before they approached his body. Even if he was not affected by the author's emotions, the words themselves actually have magic. Joseph's eyes became more and more serious, and his lips were tightly pursed. After reading the front page, he stood up suddenly. A tuxedo suddenly flew into the bedroom and welded on him. A pocket watch suddenly appeared and was held in his hand. Feeling this outfit with a strong sense of the wilderness, Joseph shook his head and shouted to the bedroom, "Wife, I'm going to look for my brother." His voice was a little serious. "Go early and come back early." After reading the newspaper, the Grand Duke of Deep Blue also showed a thoughtful look in his eyes. After a moment, he turned into a stream of water and rushed into the sky. The Grand Duke of Greenleaf, the Grand Duke of Evil Eagle, the Grand Duke of Hurricane, the Duke of Fear, the Duke of Red Hair, the Duke of Snake Teeth, the Marquis of Ice, the Marquis of Volcano. A terrifying and powerful aura gathered towards the abyss. This made the people at the bottom of the abyss happy, and then they reported their feelings to the Scarlet Great Wilderness Organization as soon as possible, and this information became the material for reporters. However, no matter who it was, they could feel that the abyss had changed because of this issue of the Great Wilderness Monthly Report. Anger, fear, greed. The emotions of the nobles are complicated and high. There is the Emperor Wumian in the abyss, but I'm still afraid that they will fight. The intelligent beings in the abyss talked about it, and the streets and alleys were filled with various remarks. Until one day, a breath of suppression rose up, accompanied by the supreme will, Lin Ke, he is my son-in-law. As soon as this was said, all kinds of demons and monsters retreated. At the same time, the Gila Research Institute was purged by groups of knights. The Black and White Knights. Wumian did not ask anyone else to come, but directly asked the Black and White Knights to purge the institute and clean up the rats and bugs. But people's hearts were scattered. Many people in the institute knew that there was a holy place in the southern part of the kingdom of Gila, a powerful giant city with two legends sitting in the forefront of fashion and fun. It was a holy place for researchers. There they could swim freely in the ocean of knowledge and mysteries, explore the charm and magic of truth, and reach the sacred hall completely, based on their interests and hobbies. Even, it was open to non-professionals. Within 3 days of the publication of the Great Wilderness Monthly Report, basically 40% of the people in the institute left. The remaining 60% were university schools like the Materialist School, and even some people in the Materialist and Idealist schools had the idea of leaving. No scientific researcher could stand this temptation. One day, in the deepest part of the abyss, Emperor Wumian was wearing a big jacket, and in front of him sat a 5-colored dragon mother with a big and 3 sturdy figure. He was massaging the 5-colored dragon mother. "Baby, I think that boy is pretty good. I like those boys who are energetic." Emperor Wumian said, while pinching his shoulders. The 5-colored dragon mother glanced at him unhappily. "Yes, he is pretty good, just as stupid as you, an old thing, when you were young." "Oh, how can he be as wise and powerful as your husband?" Emperor Wumian sneered. "Husband?" The 5-colored dragon mother squinted her eyes and stood up. "You went to the wonderful place in the abyss to watch the show again. Which sluts play did you watch again?" Husband and wife, this is a fashionable term that came from the wonderful place. In general, it is aimed at married couples. Of course, there are other situations. Emperor Wumian panicked. No. By the way, baby, do you think I should support my son-in-law? The art of changing the subject. I don't think you dare. The 5-colored dragon mother looked at Wumian's waist and chewed her slightly yellow teeth gently. Then, this person who looked like an old rural woman had a trace of sorrow in her eyes. "What do you think? Is it right or wrong to let little Lin Ke follow him? And Sister Moon, you should spend more time with her, and the same goes for the boss. If you punish her like this." At this point, Wumian interrupted directly. "This matter must be punished. If she wasn't the master, I would have wanted to destroy her." The 5-colored dragon mother was helpless. When Wumian spoke in a tough tone, even she didn't dare to touch his tiger whiskers. Only her youngest daughter Lin Ke could do that in the world. Her tone softened. "But Sister Moon loves you. You know this better than anyone else. Speaking of the word love, Wumian couldn't help but smile bitterly, but the two of them never spoke again. After a while, Wumian suddenly said, another master has come. He was also expelled by Zernatal that year. Now he has returned according to Lin Ke's lighthouse. I will go and deal with him. Wumian was about to leave when the five-colored dragon mother held his hand and said, I'll go. You should think about how to solve the problem of Moon Sister and Zio Lin Ke. Lin Ke and the others were taken care of by Moon Sister when they were young old thing. How about I go? You go talk to Moon. I'll go hunt a few more fish that have escaped the net. Wumian's eyes turned. He smiled, held the rough and calloused hand of the five-colored dragon mother, and stroked it gently. You have to deal with the mess you made yourself. The five-colored dragon mother slapped Wumian's hand away and said, that kind of mess is much more difficult to deal with than the master. I won't go. As she said that, the five-colored dragon mother waved her hands, and two machetes appeared out of thin air in the void, and were carried on her shoulders, one gray and the other flowing with five-color light. Then, as if kicking a door, the small limited edition high-heeled shoes on her thick and tight thighs directly kicked open the void, revealing a crack in the void. A dozen huge tentacles like octopuses suddenly stretched out from it, exuding the breath of despair and fear. The five-colored dragon mother raised her machete and began to swing it, squeezing into the crack while swinging. Don't wait for me to eat tonight. I'll eat this guy. A panicked roar came from the crack. Five-colored dragon mother? What does this mean? What is the five-colored dragon mother? Zernatal is gone. I should rule Nassim. You can assist. Roar. Finally, a dragon roar came from it, and the crack in the air slowly dissipated. Wumian frowned on the spot. He was not worried about the five-colored dragon mother. If he had to worry about it, he should worry about the dominant god. What he was irritated about now was family affairs. Andrew's leg, which, astrologer, told Lin Ke to go to the lava swamp. Let's go beat him up first. The sleepless emperor muttered to himself, pacing back and forth in place, and finally seemed to have made up his mind. Forget it, I'll beat him up when I get back. Let's go see that guy first. I haven't had a good conversation with him yet. I've been adding more chapters these days, so can I ask for a guaranteed monthly ticket for the beginning of the month on April 1st? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, The Fermentation Trend. The Birth of Comics. Great Wilderness Monthly, Issue 135. The last page, the communication section. Ever since a series of people made comments about the Institute, the royal family, the nobles, and the lords in issue 134, the people of the Gira Kingdom have been looking forward to issue 135. How would those great nobles refute that stupid institute and that stupid supervisory minister? The restless nobles and professionals were queuing up to buy issue 135 of the Great Wilderness Monthly when they saw a sudden cry of surprise from the newsstand. Oh my god. What is this? A new newspaper. Deep Blue? This is a newspaper of the Grand Duke of Deep Blue. Hurricane? Andrew's Leg, Mountain Monthly. Is this from that guy, the Grand Duke of the Mountains? An old woman who was queuing up and moving strangely was also very curious when she heard the cry of surprise. When it was his turn to buy, the newsstand salesperson in front of him smiled enthusiastically and said, "We have a lot more newspapers this month. Would this lady like to take a look?" In the abyss, no one can accurately judge a person's age from their appearance, so men are all Mr. and women are all Miss and look like children, but they have lived for thousands of years, such as the god, the beginning of hope. Those mortal elders who are about 100 years old can't even compare to a fraction of these beings. And this old woman did not hesitate to say that she wanted one copy of each. The salesperson was very happy. For every 10 copies sold above the stipulated amount, he would get one more copper coin. The more he sold, the more commission he got. So he was not tired at all. And the old woman also bought things and held a thick stack of ordinary level as in paper, then found a tavern and booked a room. In order to be fast, the old woman even gave the tavern owner a gold coin directly, and then hurried upstairs in the owner's kind eyes, as if he was looking at a fool. It was not until she arrived at the room that the old woman exhaled, took off the hood, revealing the appearance of the man inside, and her body recovered in a twist. This person is Charlie. Charlie, the supervisor of the institute. He first picked up the Great Wilderness Monthly Report. There was no hatred or resentment in his eyes, only solemnity. There is a saying in the abyss, there are no fools in the abyss. Everything about Charlie is his disguise, making people think he is a mad dog of the moon goddess. The moon goddess didn't notice him as a small figure at all. He climbed to his current position by pulling the tiger's skin. At that time, the moon goddess saw him, but she only paid attention to him. And this time he targeted Lin Ke, not because the moon goddess wanted it, but because he played the role of mad dog very well. In this way, the moon goddess and the eldest prince will definitely be implicated, and will not be able to get out. He can also represent the moon goddess, and do things outside. In other words, with the moon goddess behind him, do your own thing. People who come to the abyss have all kinds of thoughts, and Charlie's heart is ambition. He doesn't want to be a minister, he wants to be an emperor. Of course, it's just a dream, just like a person with a monthly salary of 2,000 dreams of 5 million. If he can't be an emperor, then Charlie will be the most powerful person. Unfortunately, he, with his average talent, could not climb up by force, so he could only deal with these bigwigs and hide his thoughts. In the end, now the outside world knows it. When the moon goddess and the eldest prince were punished to be confined, there was still a most loyal dog outside to protect his master. He succeeded. His patron successfully changed from the institute to the moon goddess. It can only be said that no one is simple. Charlie slowly opened the Great Wilderness Monthly Report and browsed the news with a solemn face, especially the last section, the exchange and comment section, which was filled with comments. The Grand Duke of the Mountain expressed strong shock and indignation about the institute and said that the royal family should thoroughly and quickly investigate the relevant responsible personnel and implement the oral instructions of His Majesty Wumian. The Grand Duke of Hurricane did not speak, but the wind blew in the abyss. The Grand Duke of Deep Blue said that newspapers are a powerful and emerging tool, and no one should occupy the newspaper publishing authorization alone and domineeringly. The Grand Duke of Greenleaf said that he liked Lin Ke, a young man, very much, and he was as strong as a man, and he had long been unhappy with those guys. Charlie carefully checked the comments. The Duke of the Mountains is a man who is rough on the outside but delicate on the inside. It is said that the Duke of Hurricane was born with a fart, but was later raised. The Duke of Greenleaf looks like an amiable old man, but is actually a terrifying existence with irritability. The Duke of Deep Blue. Charlie narrowed his eyes when his fingers touched the words of the Duke of Deep Blue. A moon goddess may be weak, but if a duke also becomes his backer. Charlie quietly looked up information in a tavern that only the lower class like to go to, while many humans from the Holy Life Alliance and the Everfrizz Council were exposed to newspapers for the first time. No, not just newspapers. Sitting in the juice restaurant that the nobles like to come to, a group of people are reading newspapers elegantly, unlike the chaotic, noisy and smelly taverns. The nobles here sip the juice, their eyelids half open and half closed, looking at the newspaper in their hands with a noble look, and from time to time they will smile a smile that happens to show 8 teeth. However, at this moment, a big laugh came. Ha ha ha. Andrew's leg. Although the laughter only stopped abruptly, it still caused dissatisfaction among the people in the restaurant. A girl was sitting on one side of the table. Opposite her was a cute pink amphibian that looked like Lin Ke's Slowpoke from his previous life. The Slowpoke and the girl in black were both reading newspapers. The girl was the Dark Girl, the goddess. She was also the Dark Princess of the Gila royal family. When the first person laughed, the Dark Girl also looked over with dissatisfaction like the people next to her. In such a quiet restaurant, making such a loud noise was very unsatisfying. The man also realized it, so he forced himself to suppress his laughter with the power of a professional, but his face still turned red. Mimi. The beast opposite the Dark Girl shouted at the Dark Girl twice. No, you are a bloodthirsty nightmare, not a man-eating monkey. You can't eat him. The Dark Girl tilted her head and looked at the bloodthirsty nightmare in front of her seriously. The pink beast called the bloodthirsty nightmare nodded. Mimi. Then the two of them continued to read the newspaper. However, at this moment, another person at the table next to her burst into laughter, and it was a lady wearing the same epic dress as the latest channel. Before the dark girl could look over, laughter of all sizes came from all around. I want to redeem everyone here. The dark girl frowned slightly, and her body seemed to turn into darkness. Bah. The bloodthirsty nightmare in front of her looked at her and shook her head slowly. But I really want to. Bah. I really want to. Bah. Okay. In the end, the darkness on the dark girl turned into a shell, covering her and the bloodthirsty nightmare, and no sound from the outside could get in. And a few seconds later, the bloodthirsty nightmare opposite her suddenly laughed earth-shatteringly. Bah. What are you doing? The black girl was stunned for the first time. Her bloodthirsty nightmare has the most indifferent eyes, the bloodiest color, and the softest body. This cold-blooded killer is laughing now? However, bloodthirsty nightmare didn't do anything. Instead, he pointed his pink tail at the newspaper in front of the dark girl and turned to the second to last page. There were some paintings on it, but they were not the kind of oil paintings she didn't like, but black and white paintings. The things in the paintings were funny, but they could show the state of a person or a monster. The dark girl couldn't help but be attracted by the plot inside. Within 2 minutes. Puff. I'm asking for a wave of monthly tickets at the beginning of the month. Chapter 218 Emperor Wumian comes to visit. Comics. This kind of novel and interesting drawing is called comics. That Count Lin Ke not only created so many new and interesting things, but also created a new way of painting, a new school of painting. The artists of the abyss went crazy. No, not just artists. People only then realized that this Count Lin Ke had unknowingly done so many things. Not only in art, but also in entertainment, agriculture, transportation, culture and many other aspects. And at this time, Count Lin Ke announced a message, that is, in the future, the new products he invented, the new books he released, the new comics and so on, will be held in the wonderful place. Conference. This surprised many people, and made many people look forward to it. You know, Count Lin Ke has a lot of fans now. Whether it is the new things that Lin Ke made, or novels, dramas, comics, etc., a bunch of nobles are eager to see Lin Ke's next work. Too much expectation. The lives of the nobles are always so boring, and now Lin Ke has injected a lot of freshness into their lives. They don't even know that they have begun to worship Lin Ke. As the capital of the abyss, it has indeed opened a wonderful place, and it has become the most lively place in the abyss in just a few years. So these nobles are very happy. In the future, if Earl Lin Ke has any new things, they can know it from the wonderful place first. But at this time, Lin Ke, who made this move, was not very happy, but very nervous. Super nervous. In the villa, Lin Ke sat on the side of the sofa, and in front of him was a burly man. Father, you are here. I'm really happy. Lin Ke hugged the man's arm with a smile on her face. This man is naturally Emperor Wumian. Okay, you are so old and still do this. Emperor Wumian touched Lin Ke's head lovingly. You will also have a family in the future. You can't be like before. Okay. Lin Ke hugged Emperor Wumian's arm and nodded, then pointed at Lin Ke. You haven't talked to Lin Ke yet? Let me tell you, Lin Ke is the smartest person I know. I found you the smartest person in Nassam. Wumian didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and even felt a little jealous. When Lin Ke was a child, the word most usually appeared in his name. For example, Lin Ke always thought that he was the best father of Nassam and the strongest man. But now, Wumian looked at Lin Ke with some jealousy, and said with a smile, Lin Ke, you gave Shenlun and the others a set of gifts. Your Majesty, what Grand Duke Shenlun said is right. Newspapers should indeed be allowed to flourish, so that the information received by everyone is colorful. Lin Ke took a short time to calm down, and then talked about the matter. In fact, his heart was tense now. The man in front of him was the pillar of the human race. He didn't know what Andrew, who was still alive, was like, but he knew that it was Emperor Wumian who made the human race the most powerful racial force in Nassam. Such a powerful man in the world was now opposite him, looking at him with jealousy. Well, let's talk about the matter. It's best to talk about the matter in this situation. Well, it was handled well. I thought you were reluctant to let it go. Emperor Wumian nodded slightly, but then said, I feel a very powerful rule from the newspaper. You can also consider it in the future. Feel the rule. Lin Ke has no doubt about Wumian's power, and now he has an intuitive feeling. However, the rules contained in the media are actually the rules of information. People in information asymmetry are eager to accept a lot of information from the scope of cognition and to understand the truth in all aspects. In the end, it may be the road to omniscience. Of course, omniscience is still a paradox at present. Even in Nasang, no one has ever claimed that he is omniscient. Compared with the previous life, in Nasang, you have to be responsible for what you say. Any god who just claims that he is omniscient will be killed by a passing legend. It's not like the previous life. No matter where something comes from, it has the title of omniscience. Of course, it's a pity to throw the newspaper to them like this. I will help you get more benefits. Emperor Wumian added, and he could feel that he was a little dissatisfied with the actions of the Deep Blue Grand Duke. Benefits? Lin Ke didn't really feel anything. The newspaper had been running rampant for so long, and Wumian had to bear all the pressure. Although Wumian might not feel anything, Lin Ke couldn't keep doing this. The newspaper's ability to make money was only superficial. When those people discovered the deeper things, of course they would have to give up the monopoly. Fortunately, the Great Wilderness Magic Tower was about to be completed, and radios in the future would occupy a large part of the newspaper market and become even more popular. In this case, Lin Ke didn't feel any psychological pressure at all, just to open a newspaper for others. Your Majesty, Lin Ke was about to speak, but Wumian waved his hand and said, you don't have to call me Your Majesty, just call me Uncle. Your father and I are close friends. Wumian and Garros had a gay relationship. Lin Ke knew that. And with Rika's relationship, calling him uncle was not bad. Okay, Uncle Wumian. Lin Ke wasn't the kind of person who would be shy, so he just called him out openly. Okay. Wumian's eyes were full of admiration, and he looked at Lin Ke and said, what did you want to say just now? Lin Ke felt that the ordinary man in front of him seemed not even a professional, just like he was really an ordinary uncle of his. This kind of control over power is very strong. Uncle Wumian, I want to build something similar to a magic tower in other noble territories, but it has no attack power. Do you think this is possible? Lin Ke asked expectantly. Magic tower. Wumian raised his eyebrows. Do you want to build a magic tower in other lords' territories? Yes, to be precise, it is a radio wave tower, used to transmit and receive radio waves. Lin Ke began to talk about his discovery. His research team had been set up long ago, and the backbone of the research was Aofu. Things like electromagnetic waves have been confirmed to exist by his team, and the difference is not much from the previous life. This also means the feasibility of radio. However, the lords and nobles of the Kingdom of Gila have absolute control over the territory. It is indeed difficult to build a tower for transmitting and receiving electromagnetic waves in human territory. However, after listening to Lin Ke's narration, Wumian's expression turned into a smile. He first praised Lin Ke's intelligence, and then said the solution. Regarding the laws of electromagnetic waves, I believe your teacher has mastered them very well. Perhaps you can directly strengthen the functions of the Great Wilderness Tower and the radio. Maybe you can just attach some laws of power to them. There is no need to build that thing everywhere. Chapter 219 Accompanying father-in-law to visit the Great Desert City. After listening to Wumian's words, Lin Ke was confused for a while, but he still understood Wumian's words. The working principle of the radio is to receive high-frequency signals through the antenna, and then restore them to audio signals after a certain demodulation, and then convert them into sound waves through the output components, and then play them out. The most difficult point is the radio waves of the radio wave transmission tower. Radio propagates in the air with long, medium and short waves, as well as microwaves. Long waves with longer wavelengths are mainly propagated on the surface, that is, they move along the ground, and can also have diffraction phenomena around obstacles, and finally reach the receiving end from the transmitting end. If this is the previous life, long waves may be able to achieve surface transmission of radio, that is, the programs in the Great Wasteland City can also be heard in the abyss. But this is Nasam. Various magic, terrain, races, laws, etc. will cause disturbances to the radio waves. Not to mention the unknown distance of the abyss. Even if it is transmitted from the Great Wasteland City to the Castle of Azan, there will be errors. So Lin Ke thought about building base stations and iron towers to spread radio. But now it seems that there seems to be a better solution. Lin Ke, I find that you are used to solving problems with the power and perspective of ordinary people. Wu Mian sat on the sofa, took a sip of the freshly squeezed sour juice that John brought to the coffee table, and praised, "It tastes good." Then he continued, "But you have to know that you are a professional, and your teacher is a great legend, and a legend in thunder and lightning. You have to learn to use these powers." Lin Ke nodded thoughtfully. "Dad, don't talk about this." Lin Ke had a headache beside her, especially when Lin Ke just talked about some things about radio waves. She almost fell asleep. "Let's take you to visit the Great Wasteland City." Lin Ke suddenly raised her head and her face began to get excited. "The city built by my husband is better than the abyss." Wu Mian's face fell all of a sudden, and the vinegar smell became stronger. He said with a smile, "Okay, let's go. Take me around." Lin Ke had no objection, but a strong man like Emperor Wu Mian probably had a panoramic view of everything when he first arrived here. Accompanying Lin Ke to visit, it was really just accompanying Lin Ke to visit. "Let's go." Lin Ke was excited. As long as she didn't listen to Lin Ke talking about the scholars, she was happy to do it. The three of them went out, leaving John at home. Not long after, they went to the city hall to deal with things. Azan Avenue. Walking on Azan Avenue and Renmin Avenue, you can see a building rising from the ground at the intersection in the center of Dahuang City. Magic Tower. This magic tower is far inferior to some legendary scholars, with profound background in terms of grandeur, height, and area. But this magic tower is transparent throughout. Under the sun, you can see pieces of glass refracting a certain amount of light, and you can also vaguely see the scenery inside the glass. The appearance of this tower does not look like the style of scholars, nor does it look like the style of ancient magicians. Instead, it is full of a strong Azan style. "Your magic tower, well, it's pretty beautiful." Lin Ke walked on the street with Wu Mian and Lin Ke. This was Wu Mian's evaluation of the Dahuang Tower. "Beautiful?" Lin Ke smiled. "I guess in the eyes of Emperor Wu Mian, the glass on the outside of the Great Wasteland Tower is indeed beautiful, but it can be knocked down with one punch. But in other words, in front of a powerful person like Emperor Wu Mian, it probably doesn't matter whether it's glass or granite under the fist. And Lin Ke's tower is not finished yet. Dad, I'll take you to a store. That store is my favorite." Lin Ke took the two of them to another street at this time, very excited. "It's better than what I ate when I was a child." Although the energy is a little worse, she now seemed to have returned to her childhood, and the two men she loved most were around her, and she suddenly became a lot more childish. "Oh, that pastry chef. I've seen his advertisement in the Great Wasteland Monthly." Emperor Wu Mian was happy, just like an ordinary father. Lin Ke was also happy. While walking, Lin Ke introduced everything about the Great Wasteland City to Wu Mian. "This neighborhood is a math neighborhood. You know math, right?" "I'm good at math." "That's the hospital." "My Lin Ke is the most kind." "Also, there's a business department in the city hall. You can start a company there." "The big library." "The wonderful place." "The arena." Lin Ke introduced them one by one. Her tone was like the hostess of the Great Wasteland City, as if she was playing the role of host to Wu Mian. Wu Mian and Lin Ke also listened quietly, giving Lin Ke some feedback from time to time. The three of them talked and laughed, and the citizens of the Great Wasteland who passed by would look at the family with kindness. When they arrived at the dessert shop, Emperor Wu Mian showed curiosity. After a cup of mango sago, a red taro milkshake and 3 pieces of sour fruit milk cakes were served, the three began to taste and chat casually. Among them, Emperor Wu Mian ate the happiest. "Well, this tastes good. Very sweet. This is okay. Sour, unique. This is not bad either. By the way, when are you getting married?" Emperor Wu Mian ate and spoke happily. Lin Ke and Lin Ke also introduced them beside him until Wu Mian's last sentence. Poof. It was okay that Lin Ke drank fast, but Lin Ke sprayed it out directly. A big mouthful of Yangtze Ganlu sprayed out and evaporated out of thin air before it touched Wu Mian on the opposite side. Lin Ke and Lin Ke looked at each other quickly, and their eyes exchanged information with each other in an instant. What? You are almost an adult, and Lin Ke is the same. Don't you want to get married? If you want, I'll talk to Aisha. Wu Mian looked calm, chewing the newly served milk cube, and praised, very good, sweet and youthful taste, which reminds me of the wonderful encounter between your mother and me. Aisha, the god of love and joy. Aisha, weren't you knocked unconscious by your mother and eloped? Lin Ke raised her eyebrows. Cough, cough, cough. Wu Mian the Great, whose throat would not get stuck even if he swallowed the Lord alive, was choked by a small piece of soft and tender milk. He glared at Lin Ke, then looked at Lin Ke. Let's do this. Hold 2 weddings, one in the abyss, and one in the wilderness, and the time, it's best to be within 5 years. I'm afraid you young people don't have any control. Even Lin Ke, who was as thick-skinned as she was, couldn't help but blush. Dad, what are you talking about? Wu Mian smiled and said to Lin Ke, you did a good job. I thought you young people would be like the grumpy wild boar people, and couldn't control yourself. Now it seems. Very good. Haha, very good. He stood up, and Lin Ke and Lin Ke also stood up. Don't handle things alone when you encounter problems. It's good enough that a young man can shoulder the responsibility. Wu Mian patted Lin Ke's shoulder and said, hold on. You can't do that before Lin Ke reaches adulthood, but you can do that after she reaches adulthood. You should know that Lin Ke has the blood of a female dragon. If you don't have enough supplements, just tell me. The first 2 sentences were serious, but the latter became a bit vulgar. Lin Ke's face was red. Please vote. Chapter 220 Visitors to the Arena. What do you think? Lin Ke smiled and looked at Lin Ke. Lin Ke is no longer a child. She knows a lot now. Me. Lin Ke pointed at her nose. No longer shy. I don't mind. What about you, husband? Lin Ke sat on the chair carelessly, without the shyness of a little girl just now. Lin Ke knew that Lin Ke was just pretending, and even Wu Mian probably knew it. Just like Wu Mian said, the remaining cubs of the mother dragon will not be as docile as rabbits, right? Speaking of which, what did the Emperor Wu Mian experience in the past that made him say such words? Let's do this. After we attend the Noble's review, we will find a day when everyone is free to get married. Lin Ke sat next to Lin Ke and gently held her hand. Lin Ke's hands were stiff, but she nodded nonchalantly. Over the years, Lin Ke has worked hard for Lin Ke and the Kingdom of Gila. Otherwise things like wonderful land and newsstands would not be so easy to open in some lords. Fortunately, unlike the previous life, the upper class here has the power to crush everything and has almost absolute right to speak. So many people are willing to respect the people of the Gila royal family. Lin Ke saw all of Lin Ke's efforts. Maybe because of being moved, or because of the long-term love, he has long been inseparable from Lin Ke. As for the Gila royal family, as the youngest daughter of Emperor Wu Mian, no one dared to say anything except Emperor Wu Mian. The last person who said anything was the eldest prince, and now he has gone to face the wall. Well, okay, no problem, isn't it just getting married? Haha, 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 haha. Lin Ke laughed dryly twice, then took a sip of Yangtze Ganlu to calm down, and then stared at Lin Ke, as if nothing had happened. What are you looking at? Lin Ke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Let's go to the wonderful place to have a look. I heard that Han wrote a few new crosstalks. Crosstalk, sketches, dramas, songs, and dances. All kinds of things will be performed in the wonderful place. And there are people performing and watching on different floors and partitions at the same time, and citizens will choose the one that suits them. There are emotions such as joy, sadness, passion, warmth, etc. No, 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 let's go to the Colosseum today. Lin Ke felt like she wanted to beat someone, but it was impossible to beat Lin Ke, right? She could only go to the Colosseum. Colosseum? Lin Ke was shocked. Did this girl take the wrong medicine? Yes. Let's go. Lin Ke clenched her fists. I just ate too much sweets and want to exercise. She looked at Lin Ke again. Your body has not recovered yet. Watch me win 100 games in a row. Or 1000 wins. It is possible to get an interview with Lin Ke. The same is true for 100 consecutive wins. Many times, or 1000 wins are much easier than 100 consecutive wins. The key is to participate in the qualifying competition in the Colosseum. It is absolutely not allowed to use the power of professionals, and only the power of the body and skills can be used. In the previous life, those keyboard warriors who could not even achieve the king's 100 wins questioned the ancient Roman gladiators who won 100 battles. In fact, if an ordinary person can win 100 games in a row, it must be that one of the body and skills has reached perfection, or both. At present, no one in the arena can achieve the rule of 100 consecutive victories set by Lin Ke, just like Lin Ke set an award for the library for reading and mastering 10,000 books. The awards for these two wonders are Warrior and Bachelor Awards. Warrior Award, Bachelor Award. Encourage those who work hard in training and learning. Hard work may not necessarily be rewarded, but will be rewarded by Lin Ke. He likes those who can make up for their shortcomings with hard work, and does not like those who think they are very smart and do not work hard. Of course, those who are smart and hard-working are more preferred. If Lin Ke won 100 consecutive victories, Lin Ke looked at Lin Ke's thin arms and legs and couldn't help shaking his head. If Lin Ke won 100 consecutive victories, it is estimated that all the muscular men in the arena would be ashamed. However, if Lin Ke wants to play, Lin Ke will not refuse. As long as it is not the kind of life and death. There are medical teams and duty referees in the qualifying competition, so there is no need to worry about safety. The two use their ID cards to swipe the ASEAN currency to pay, and then went to the arena together. Ada is a 10-game winning streak warrior in the arena, and also a 15-game winning warrior. He originally helped ASEAN Castle manage one of the Gila cattle ranches, and often had to wrestle with Gila cattle, so he had great strength with his burly figure. After coming to Da Huang City, he also managed the Gila cattle ranch, but now he uses a scientific grazing method. He has free time. In addition to buying lottery tickets every day, he comes to the arena. The arena is a must-go for men. Wearing a mask and standing on the special field for 10 consecutive wins, Ada raised his arms and shouted, "Dragon! I'm a dragon!" Ada's title in the qualifying round, Dragon, Dragon, Dragon. Tear him apart. Tear apart your enemies. I bet on you to win. I bet on you to win this game. In this small arena, hundreds of spectators shouted and cheered for the Dragon Ada. 10 consecutive wins, 30 consecutive wins, 50 consecutive wins, 80 consecutive wins, and 100 consecutive wins. After 10 consecutive wins, the opponents of those who have won 10 to 30 consecutive wins will only be those who have won 10 to 30 consecutive wins. The same goes for those who have won 10 games, and so on. There are very few people who have won consecutive games, and there have been very few in the past few years. Everyone is very cautious in order to earn points in the ranking. It is easy to win 100 games, but it is difficult to win 10 games in a row. The physical strength and skills of the players are improving very slowly, and the gap between them is not that big. Every battle may lose, but there are still few people who will refuse the invitation to fight in the ranking competition. After all, there will be rewards for each stage. Coupled with the official betting and official supervision, many people can enjoy this exciting feeling. And today, the giant dragon Ada, who has won 10 consecutive games, accepted the invitation to fight from a player who just won 10 consecutive games. Today's fight is between the giant dragon and our newly promoted tree demon who has won 10 consecutive games. At this time, a slender masked woman with blonde hair walked up on the circular arena. This woman has green eyes. The people on the field can feel the charm of her graceful figure and the appearance under the mask. Ada didn't care. There are so many people with green eyes and blonde hair. Why should he hold back if they are all good looking? He still has a family to support. However, looking at the small body of the woman opposite, he still reminded her, "You may have strong skills, but I'm strong, and I'm afraid of hurting you." He spoke in a muffled voice, and one could feel his honesty. Ada estimated that this woman had barely relied on her skills to win 10 consecutive games. But except for a few in the early days, all the people he had beaten who used skills were defeated by him, allowing him to achieve a winning streak. Ada reminded the woman out of kindness. However, "Dragon, you have dragon blood." Chapter 221, Prosperous Wilderness. 1 minute later. No, dozens of seconds later. Ada was thrown to the ground by the woman with an over-the-shoulder throw. During the wrestling process, Ada's arm was almost broken, but it was already dislocated. His 10-game winning streak was broken. Before Ada was carried away by the nurse, he vaguely heard the woman's voice. I thought it had dragon blood. Luckily I held back. Lin Ke in the stands looked helpless. Liquor is too playful now. He probably thought it was because of the marriage that Emperor Wumian mentioned, and Lin Ke also expressed his love. Although Lin Ke lived with her and lived with her, it was almost a statement of his feelings. But Wumian's arrival broke the window paper. But Lin Ke was also happy about it. Seeing Liquor excited like a little cheetah, he felt like he was back to the days when he was 6 or 7 years old and fighting side by side with Liquor. After winning 13 games in the arena, Liquor felt boring. Then they went to the big library to read. The result was that he read a travelogue of a professional Planus walker while Liquor slept for the whole afternoon and fell asleep on the table almost as soon as he touched the book. In the evening, they went to the big mall to eat and shop, and in the evening they went to the wonderful place to watch a drama, to crosstalks, 3 sketches and 4 ballads. Finally, they returned home with great pleasure. In the People's Square in the center of the great wilderness city, Lin Ke and Liquor walked hand in hand. It was the first time they held hands. The bottom of the great wilderness tower is an iron frame like the Eiffel Tower, and there is only one magic elevator that goes directly to the 2nd floor. During the day, there will be a shade under the iron frame, and at night, all kinds of electric lights and magic lights complement each other, and the lights are projected onto the square, which is lively and romantic. These are the results of Aofu's research. In the square, a family walking, a couple talking about love, a running child. Lin Ke seemed to have returned to a pedestrian street in his previous life in a trance. If it weren't for the perception of the magic fluctuations around him, this place would really not be much different from his previous life. He spent nearly 10 years building this city, and at the same time, he spread the intelligence network throughout the kingdom of Gila, and created and trained batches of professionals. The entire Great Wasteland City is now extremely prosperous, and it has 4 of the 10 wonders of Gila, clean and tidy streets, a system that includes freedom in order, and open-minded and receptive citizens, advanced, cultural, and fashionable. At the same time, in terms of military strength, Lin Ke and Granny Zise worked hard to develop cannons. They used chemists, forgers, blacksmiths, and various elemental professionals to jointly build 100 cannons and hide them in the void with secret texts. At the same time, Lin Ke's People's Knights have expanded to 1,000 people, and relying on the legion that Garros gave to Lin Ke, they trained a 20,000-man Great Wasteland Legion to protect the Great Wasteland City and Azan. In industry, they are not backward. Azan brand perfumes, paper, clocks, silk, etc. are continuously produced. The group of monsters is also widely raised by Lin Ke, and one breeding area after another is divided in the lava swamp. For example, silkworms and mulberry trees, fernwood gold-eyed wolves, bright tulips, bloodthirsty bull populations, etc. The resources of the Great Swamp have only been developed to a small extent. In the future, Lin Ke will explore more under the premise of environmental protection. For example, bright tulips can be used to make magic potions, and raw materials can also be sold directly. It happens that the fernwood gold-eyed wolf is a population that specializes in cultivating plants, and bloodthirsty bulls, thunder sea eagles and other races are excellent mounts. Lin Ke specially bred a batch of them as legion mounts to replace the congenitally deficient Gila cattle. As for these intelligent monsters, Lin Ke also specially introduced relevant laws to protect the rights and interests of intelligent life and to attract them. Now, shower gels, shampoos, special feeds, etc. used by various monsters have been developed, and this is also supported by Lin Ke's old friend Erlakali. Even some intelligent monsters in other parts of the Gila Kingdom will come to the Great Wasteland City to buy them after hearing the news. The system is far more than that for citizens, because the laws are relatively fixed and relatively fair, which gives all workers a sense of security. In addition, Lin Ke's entertainment, food, culture and other attractive aspects have brought the subjective initiative of the citizens to the extreme. Many foreign merchants who are engaged in wholesale in large shopping malls want to spend a lot of money to live in Dahuang City after learning about the life in Dahuang City. However, the current Dahuang city is more strict in recruiting citizens, which also makes the existing Dahuang citizens have an innate sense of pride and honor. Some merchants even stayed in the Dahuang City Hotel for a while, and when they returned to the big city on their lord's territory, they had the illusion of returning from the castle to the village toilet. And all this was not only created by Lin Ke alone, but also created by the citizens of Dahuang with him. Looking at the prosperous and lively streets around him, Lin Ke couldn't help but smile. Lin Ke, little Lin Ke. Lin Ke next to him shook his arm. Speak up. You say, should we call you Liang Niang? Lin Ke came back to his senses immediately. Lin Ke's face was full of confusion at this time. Her brows were furrowed, and she seemed not to notice Lin Ke's distraction. Let me tell you, my second mother was very good to me when I was a child, and my eldest brother was also very good to me. They always left the best things for me, and I can tell that it was not false. Lin Ke was the little princess favored by the entire Gila royal family. Lin Ke had learned from the Princess of Mist before that the moon goddess and the five-colored dragon mother were actually very friendly and had no hatred between them, just like good sisters. Lin Ke, as the youngest and most beloved princess, was the object of everyone's protection. She was very simple before she met Lin Ke. But the second mother has a grudge against Azan, and Ms. Antara and Ms. Fueling are very good to me, as is Uncle Geros, and Zio Naomi likes me very much. Lin Ke was obviously getting more and more entangled. Lin Ke finally realized that the Emperor Wumian was here to pass the buck. He couldn't handle the hatred between the moon goddess and Azan, so he passed the pot to Lin Ke and Lin Ke. This father-in-law. What a pitfall. Lin Ke has always been entangled in this matter. It is impossible for him to accept the moon goddess. The decline of Azan and the cruelty of the war at that time are all caused by the moon goddess. But asking him to kill the moon goddess, not to mention his thin arms and legs, even if he can kill her, he has to consider the feelings of Emperor Wumian and Lin Ke. Over the years, Emperor Wumian secretly helped him block the curse left by the King of Gods. Lin Ke is definitely not able to defeat those powerful beings who came after realizing the death of the King of Gods. Moreover, he is not standing at a high enough level now, and he does not understand what the domination level means to Nassim. He is afraid that, if he takes revenge himself, it will be troublesome if the Nassim continent collapses and disintegrates directly, although it is generally not that exaggerated. In general, Lin Ke can only keep his distance from the other side. Of course. Except for the Dark Girl. Chapter 222 The collision between materialism and idealism. The beginning of the Headshot Lord. Lin Ke and Lin Ke discussed this matter while walking. The final conclusion was to invite the moon goddess to the Abyss wedding. After all, she was Lin Ke's elder. In the Great Wasteland City, Lin Ke would not even let the moon goddess and her group step into the door. This was his principled insistence on the people of Azan. Those who ignored the lives of others would not be respected by him. After returning home with Lin Ke, Lin Ke found that Off was waiting for him. After entering the door, John took his coat to change and wash, and Lin Ke consciously went to the garden to take care of the magical plants in the nursery. Lin Ke and Off were in the living room, drinking juice and milk while chatting. Little Lin Ke, I received news from the materialist school. They may come to inspect before the noble council. Off looked a little unhappy. They seem to want to use this place as one of the school's bases. Materialist school. The materialist school and idealist school here are very similar to early classical materialism and idealism. These people gathered because of the research institute and found themselves standing on opposite sides of each other, so they quarreled fiercely. If there was no power to suppress everything, they might have fought long ago. In the previous life, all the products of science and technology and everything people like in real life, such as mobile phones, computers, cars, high-speed rail, nuclear bombs, aircraft carriers, etc., are all creations of materialism. Therefore, only some people with low knowledge, or who are trapped in misunderstandings would believe in the idealism school in the previous life. Anyone with a little logic knows that idealism is just the imagination of ancient early scholars. However, in Nassim, the idealism school has great power. The powerful among them can weave one fantastic and magnificent dream after another and create a weird and mysterious plane. As long as there is a legendary road, it must be a road that contains a certain correctness. The idealism school has more than one legend. and the corresponding materialism school is also. But for now, there is only one legend in both the idealism school and the materialism school in Nassau, and the materialism school happens to be off. And the most important thing is that 10 years ago, Aofu told Lin Ke that there would be a gambling fight between the materialist school and the idealist school. However, after Aofu became a legend, the idealist school seemed to stop because they were not sure they could deal with Aofu. After all, Aofu went from level 19 to star and then promoted to legend in just 1 year. This is not something that can be explained by talent. There must be some adventures. But no matter how long it takes, they have to have a gambling fight. The legend of the idealist school stopped moving forward after a lucky breakthrough that year, staying at level 21. And Aofu, who has a precious disciple, was directly promoted and consolidated at level 22, and even has hope of level 23. What's the point of fighting if it's delayed any further? So after discussing it, the two schools are ready to start the gambling fight again. I welcome the materialist school to come. Lin Ke was very happy to hear the news. The research direction of the materialist school is very similar to physics and astronomy in a narrow sense, but it also includes plane studies. The plane teleportation array was created by the materialist school and Andrew in ancient times. You are too happy too early. AOF shook his head and said, I have come into contact with them. My teacher was one of them, but I later chose to study alone in the plane, because they are a group of arrogant narcissists who don't listen to others. As he said that, AOF took a sip of fruit milk to calm down. There was a little bit of fruit milk on his white beard. He continued, they are also the reason why I have social phobia. Oh my god. AOF's social phobia was caused by those people. It was the first time Lin Ke heard this, and his face became serious. Back then, as a research apprentice, I was ordered around by them, and they studied how to deal with the idealists, and experimented on my body, to see how electric shocks would affect my spirit. Aofu's eyes rarely revealed a trace of fear. After the electric shock, they locked me in a small dark room and experimented on the effects of darkness. Fortunately, my teacher risked his life to protect me, and in the end he did die, killed by the idealists who secretly wove dreams. Wumian was not in Nasan during that time. It was a dark period. Aofu's hands clenched subconsciously. Electric shock, darkness, death of loved ones. Lin Ke could not help but remain silent. In this environment, if it weren't for Aofu's teacher, Aofu might have developed an extremely aggressive personality. But with the warmth brought to him by his teacher, Aofu only developed social phobia. Perhaps compared to electric shocks, the quietness and loneliness in the small dark room can give Aofu a greater sense of security. Maybe it's because I'm too familiar with electric shocks. After my teacher sent me to his own plane, I began to inherit my teacher's legacy. I dared to leave the plane only after I reached level 10. And at that time, Emperor Wumian had returned, but he didn't deal with that group of people. He said he would leave them to me. Those people have gone completely crazy. In addition to me, they tortured many people and colluded with the management of the institute to buy and sell many civilian children for research experiments, just to deal with the idealist school. They explored how to increase resistance to idealist power, using various methods such as electric shock, fire, and freezing. Emperor Wumian didn't kill them. He wanted to leave them to us survivors. Finally, I reached level 15 first, and electrocuted all the black sheep to death one by one. Then I hid in my own plane, and started a long research. And in an accident, I met your father. AOF told Lin Ke the reason for AOF's social phobia. Lin Ke remembered something at this time and asked cautiously, teacher, what if, if, you people from the materialist school and the idealist school are shot in the head by what I said? After level 15, the soul space solidifies, which allows professionals to use mental power. However, the solidification of the soul space also has a disadvantage for professionals on the scholar side. After solidification, if the original cognition changes, it is possible to break the soul world, and from the outside it will look like the head explodes like a watermelon. In the past, Aofu used to talk about this situation as a funny thing. For example, the dispute between materialism and idealism started with quarrels and headshots. Some people were shot in the head by idealism, and some people were shot in the head by materialism. Of course, this situation is less common now. After all, no one's research will be too far ahead of the times. Moreover, materialism and idealism know each other well, and they will not be shot in the head easily. Shot in the head by what you said? How can it be? Aofu wanted to laugh, but when he thought of Lin Ke's various practices, his heart suddenly started beating. It seems that it is not impossible. Orf's eyes sparkled. He was high. Chapter 223 The Summit of the Great Wilderness Tower. Are you sure? AOF's eyes were shining, and his body was shining with electric light. Some iron products also floated up at once. No, teacher, calm down. Lin Ke waved his hands quickly. If the furniture was damaged later, he would have to pay to buy furniture. AOF also realized that he was too excited. He easily took back the electric light and stored it in his muscles and cells. Teacher, it's not a question of whether we are sure or not. I only know that we should remain humble and questioning on the road of exploring science. We can't be arrogant and complacent, and we can't be satisfied with the present. Lin Ke smiled. Fortunately, although AOF's soul space was solidified, Lin Ke had been changing AOF's concept step by step. So AOF discovered cells and cell nuclei, and with the support of Granny's assay skills, he also discovered molecular structure. But Lin Ke would remind AOF that molecules are not the smallest structure, and he didn't even know what the smallest was. In other words, the matter that makes up the world is not necessarily atoms. At least in the previous life, it was discovered that it can be smaller. Only with the mentality of maybe it can be even smaller, or this theorem may not be correct, can one question and explore. As for those fools who think they have discovered the whole world, after discovering a little truth, Lin Ke estimates that he can easily blow the heads of such fools with an experiment. You are right, but whether it is the materialist school or the idealist school, there are many stubborn fools. Aofu sighed, looked at Lin Ke, and couldn't help saying, it's better to be restrained. Some people are still quite talented. Okay. Lin Ke would not kill all those people. After all, they are all research talents. What is most lacking now is research talents. After all, the knowledge of the previous life has not been completely integrated with NASM. For example, why can various elements form magic and even skills? For example, what is the actual observable appearance of the soul space and blood in the human body? The mysteries of the world, the mysteries of the human body, and the mysteries of science are all waiting for Lin Ke to explore one by one. By the way, Lin Ke, the final roof of the Great Wilderness Tower, what kind of roof do you want to add to the Great Wilderness Tower? Aofu thought of the roofing work of the Great Wilderness Tower again. The Great Wilderness Tower is almost completed, but the top spire has not been built yet. The material of this spire is extremely important, and it needs to have multiple functions such as attack, defense, and reconnaissance. Externally, the Great Wilderness Tower needs to take the responsibility of defense and counterattack, preferably based on the power of Aofu. In other words, the magic cannon hidden in the void is actually an electromagnetic cannon, and these electromagnetic cannons are connected to the spire. If a strong enemy attacks, Aofu can directly control the magic cannon, as long as he is at the spire, and can also use the power of the Great Wilderness Tower to launch a powerful electromagnetic attack. But in addition to this, Lin Ke also has to consider his own future use, but this is not urgent for the time being. He can change or add buildings after he becomes a legend. In addition to attacking, the spire also needs to stimulate a strong defensive force. A good city has no walls. Only defending against enemies outside the city is the best choice. In the future, the wall of the Great Wilderness City will be demolished. Of course, this approach to enhancing prosperity will also reduce a certain degree of defensive power. Therefore, the protective shield of the Great Wilderness Tower is very important, although Lin Ke hopes that he will never need it. But having a sword and not using it is completely different from not having a sword. Whether it is attack or defense, it is external. Lin Ke also needs to consider the internal. In the previous life, there were cameras on the streets of every city, called the National Skynet System. Although sometimes it was not so useful, some blind spots could not be photographed. But it provided strong support for reducing crime rates and court trials. The same is true for Dahuang City. As the population increases, there will always be some people with bad intentions. Lin Ke put a camera to monitor the entire city, except for some private areas. Internal, external, attack, defense, monitoring. This is the requirement of the top of the Dahuang Tower. To achieve these, the design will be very complicated, and the entire tower will be engraved with secret texts in the future to form a whole. Even in Lin Ke's conception, the sky, surface, and underground of the entire Dahuang city must be engraved with secret texts to achieve the gathering of overall power. However, this is difficult. If it depends on some secret code masters below level 10, it is estimated that it will take many years to get it done. Moreover, the initial design work also requires a strong secret code master to do it, and ordinary secret code masters cannot design it. Lin Ke, who was communicating with Aofu about the Great Wilderness Tower, suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, teacher, those materials." "What materials?" Aofu was puzzled. "Those Warcraft kings back then." Lin Ke's eyes showed joy. "I deposited them with the Gila royal family before, and I almost forgot about them. In the war, when he was 6 years old, several legendary Warcraft kings were killed. After Lin Ke fell into a coma, because of the fear that they would be used by someone with ulterior motives, or their bodies were sent to the Gila royal family for safekeeping by Geros. Over the years, when Lin Ke and the royal family exchanged some materials, professional ratios or other things, if the money was not enough, he would take those materials to exchange and barter. However, because of his ability to make money in the entertainment industry and manufacturing industry after years of planning, those materials have not decreased but increased. In the endless plains of the stars, there are many gods and legends. The people of Nasan like to go to the secondary planes to hunt these beings for trading. Use those materials? It's not impossible, but those materials may not be enough. Aofu reminded, if you want the best effect, you have to add legendary materials to the entire tower. Lin Ke expressed his understanding. A shit pot with gold rims. The tower body is made of steel and cement, and the top of the tower is made of legendary materials. It will not be able to withstand it. Maybe, we can explore that dragon plane, when we have time. Lin Ke's eyes flashed. Magma dragon. The magma dragon soul that Lin Ke caught before has been in Azan Castle, helping to take care of Zio Naomi, and also teaching Antova and Fuling. After all, with Aofu as a free laborer, Antova and Fuling should also be enlightened. The magma dragon is there teaching Antova and Fuling, while taking care of Zio Naomi. The plane that the magma dragon mentioned is where all the dragons of the Holy Life Alliance lived. If we rely on ourselves, it may not be enough, right? Aofu looked very interested. The body of a dragon is what many scholars want to study, but it was difficult to get it before, and it is even more difficult now. Not enough. It doesn't matter. We don't want to occupy it. We just want to get a few legendary dragons as materials. Lin Ke smiled, and he already had a plan in mind. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224. I, Lin Ke, have become an adult. Here I come to the abyss. Lin Ke and Aofu discussed and decided on some strategies, and also discussed many current research institute matters. The moon of birth. The moon of flowing fire. The moon of plenty. The moon of silence. The big and small months rotate, and the sun and the moon rise and fall. This is the 18th year that Lin Ke has come to Nasan. 18 years old. Coincidentally, in the kingdom of Gila, human males also reach adulthood at the age of 18, which means that most men's bodies have fully reached maturity. The adult age of rabbit people is 6 years, that of wild boar people is 60 years, and that of dragons is 600 years. The maturity time of each race is not necessarily the same. Lin Ke has matured. Lin Ke has become an adult. At the same time, there is only 1 month left before the date of the nobles' deliberation in the kingdom of Gila. He and Geros are both preparing closely. Logically, he is the Count of Lin Ke in the lava swamp, and he can completely separate himself from the Azanan family and become a member of the Lin Ke family. However, Lin Ke has not thought about this yet. although it is good for Azanan and the Great Wilderness after separation. But the Great Wilderness city still needs shelter. You should know that Garros has a well-organized army and the Torrent Knights under his command. In the entire Gira kingdom, Garros is also one of the emerging nobles. In the last noble evaluation, Garros and his 5 followers became one of the kingdom's hottest emerging viscounts. Of course, he did not indulge in sensual pleasures, but embarked on a journey of conquest in the secondary plane with the heavy debt of the Deep Blue Grand Duke. This also gave Lin Ke plenty of room for growth. Now, although it is good for both sides to be independent, there is no need to do so for the time being. One day after adulthood, Lin Ke came to Azan Castle. In front of the castle, behind Lin Ke was his own people's knights, and behind Garros was the Torrent Knights. The 18-year-old Lin Ke has an upright figure, and his muscle lines are faintly visible under the armor and cloak. He is about 1.83 meters tall, with fair and elastic skin, and a head of brown curly hair that is soft and flowing. He looks like a nobleman who exercises regularly, living a life of luxury and debauchery. However, Lin Ke's eyes are different. The powerful knowledge, luck and leader blood make his eyes look bright. The light blue pupils brought by the Rapids family turned into a deep blue as Lin Ke grew up. Firm, fearless, calm, indifferent, kind. The fan-shaped diagram is not enough to describe his eyes. And in these complex pupils, the reflection is the nearly 2-meter tall burly man opposite, Garros. Garros was seen carrying a huge lance in his right hand and stroking the 2 small mustaches on his upper lip with his left hand. Haha, my Azan's lion will make a king's voice in Nassam. Garros laughed. He was also looking at Lin Ke with mixed feelings in his heart. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him, and the more satisfied he was. The name of Azan will surely resound throughout Nassam and the stars in the sky. Lin Ke was also a little excited and was infected by Garros' bold voice. Lin Ke chose people for the faith tray and the night tray. Garros' faith is fearlessness. Haha, our Azan family must get a marquis this time. No, the Duke is back to play. A woman behind Garros also laughed. Behind Garros were 5 people riding Gila cattle. They were Garros' followers. Among them were 3 humans, a Delta bear man and an ice crystal giant deer. Although the ice crystal giant deer looks like a deer, the entire ice crystal giant deer clan is classified as an intelligent race, rather than a beast. This is also one of the main races of the Everfrozen court, with a complete social form. This ice crystal giant deer was met by Garros in the mercenary union. The Delta Bear Man came from a tribe in the Holy Life Alliance, a subordinate secondary plane, a race in the Delta plane, and was sold as a slave. Their loyalty to Garros is no less than that of John, and next to Lin Ke. As for the other 3 humans, they are all Azan people. Lin Ke has a unique way of collecting followers. In addition to the never betray given by the system, he also values a person's heart. For example, Ms. Black Mountain. He did not use the law contract and the divine power contract to restrain her, and the system did not prompt her to never betray. But he would give her a chance and trust her. In the end, Ms. Black Mountain has been extremely loyal to Lin Ke from the 2 years when he was in a coma to now. Garros and his friends are different. Under the traditional aristocratic education model, the people they trust the most are always people in the family, followed by people with contract guarantees, such as slaves. After Garros was able to accept the ice crystal giant deer, who is both a friend and a follower, his reputation also skyrocketed. Look behind Lin Ke. John, level 7, butler, level 7, knight, level 3, host, the core of the people's knights responsible for unifying and coordinating forces, called the control knight. Nix, level 10, doctor, level 10, poison master, level 6 knight. He can shoulder the wartime medical care of the entire 1000-man knights alone, and is a medical knight. Sophie, level 8, singer, level 4 knight. As the current popular female singer of the Gila Kingdom, her favorite thing is to follow Lin Ke, silently pay attention to him and bless him. She is called the Enhancing Knight. Lalita, level 12, knight, level 8, charming beauty. Her childhood experience made her firmly choose the path of knighthood, and she showed amazing efforts and talents. Now that she is combined with Nyx, her personality is not so ostentatious, and she is called the Charming Knight. Rami, level 12, bard, level 8, singer, and level 4 knight. The commonality of the professions allowed him to promote singer to level 8 in just a few years, and he is called the Poet Knight. Laplace, level 14, mathematician, level 3 knight. Laplace cried and shouted to join Lin Ke's People's Knights, because he would inherit the mantle of the Marquis of Ice in the future. After considering it, Lin Ke agreed, and was called the Mathematical Knight. Yale, level 5, chess player, level 4 knight. This boy has won many chess championships since he was a child and is crazy about Lin Ke. Later, Yale combined the military theory jointly signed by Lin Ke and the Great Sword Earl to come up with the idea of deploying troops and formations, and severely strengthened the combat power of Lin Ke's army. This is the Gaming Knight. In addition to John, Lin Ke has 6 knights. Although in terms of level and strength, Lin Ke is far from the level of Garros and his subordinates. But Lin Ke's followers in internal affairs and science are what Garros can't compare with. Level 15, chemist, Granny Hissei. How many kinds of explosive formulas she has made now, and how powerful they are, even Lin Ke doesn't know. But all kinds of compound fertilizers, anthelmintics, pet food, shampoo, etc. were all made by Granny Hissei. Baldjack, a level 9, slave owner, and a level 5, capital owner, opened several companies in Dahuang City with the support of Lin Ke. He also often interacted with the High Priest Kanako, laid out in the banking and financial systems, and extended into the insurance industry. Watson, a level 14, worker. This is the backup plan left by Lin Ke to deal with capital. Use people headed by Baldjack to build capital. Use capital to overthrow the corrupt aristocratic society, and then drive people headed by Watson and others to build a more open civilization system with the people as a core. Now Watson and Baldjack know Lin Ke's layout and are working hard for this goal. There is also the architect, Velen, who joined later because he was impressed by Lin Ke's talent and energy, coupled with the construction of Dahuang City and the anticipation of various wonders in the future. He can be said to be dead set on Lin Ke. There is also the level 18 fallen priest Kanako, one of the high priests under the goddess of wealth. But she had long been at odds with the goddess of wealth, and with Lin Ke's instigation and the goddess of wealth's lax management of her own people, she successfully left the temple of wealth. In the future, Lin Ke will establish a new financial and economic system to replace the Temple of Wealth, and Kanako, who became a fallen priest after being abandoned by the divine power, is his preferred candidate. In addition, in the business and intelligence departments, there is Ms. Montenegro. Ms. Montenegro is in charge of more than 80% of Lin Ke's business, and the underground intelligence organization Scarlet Wilderness was also established by her. The mercenary guild is actually backed by the Archduke of Evil Eagle, who also dotes on Rika, so he also acquiesces to the existence of Scarlet Wilderness. In addition to these, there are many followers, such as pastry chef, author, composer, painter, etc. As for Garros, he is terrible in domestic affairs. How talented he is in military affairs, how bad he is in domestic affairs. When the territory of Viscount Mantis was taken down, it was still Lin Ke who helped to deal with the chaos. The Azan family was also in a state of chaos. However, after Garros came back, he knew that he should make the best use of his strengths and avoid his weaknesses, so he left all these matters to Lin Ke. Therefore, under Lin Ke's iron-blooded wrist, those who were killed, those who were punished, and those who were awarded. With a series of laws targeting nobles, civilians, and slaves, Azan was able to regain his clarity. Therefore, in just 10 years, Dahuang City has become a pearl of the Gila Kingdom, that is no less than the Abyss, and Azan has become more prosperous. Looking at his extremely outstanding son in front of him, Garros had mixed feelings. This time, my Xiaolin will be a duke. He looked a little dazed. The title is not important. I hope there will be no damage. Lin Ke smiled and shook his head with a humble face. Damage? Garros glanced at the red lion under Lin Ke's seat and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The mount of your people's knights is a lava lion. There was some Vinegar in his words. Lava lion. This is a special species in the lava swamp. After a long investigation, Lin Ke gave an order, and the legendary magic beast King Lava Lion King led the lion group. So, all the mounts of the people's knights were replaced with lava giant lions, which are powerful magic beasts that reach level 8 when they grow up. As for the one under Lin Ke's seat, it is the next generation of Lion Kings in the Lion group, a male lion with the blood of the current legendary Lava Lion King. The mounts of our Torrent Knights are not weak either. Lin Ke smiled. Garros still planned to take only 5 followers with him this time, and there was no knight group behind him. His Torrent Knights mounts were replaced by the Green Water Python clan by Lin Ke. The entire knight group charged, and it was like a rolling river that covered the sky and rushed in front of them. It was highly compatible with the blood of the Azan family. But in fact, Lin Ke has always been very distressed. 1,000 male lions. That appetite is amazing. In the past, lions hunted outside on their own, but now that they have joined Lin Ke's organization, the owners of the mounts have to provide for them. Some of those who can't afford it have to be subsidized by Lin Ke, the official. However, there is no good alternative at present, and the lava lion is also very powerful, so Lin Ke can only use it for the time being. Above Lin Ke and his group, there is also a giant bird hovering. It is the storm parrot Little Lucky with the blood of the 2 legendary monsters, the phoenix and the thunder eagle. It has already grown to level 13, which is higher than Lin Ke. When it was still in the egg, Little Lucky absorbed a whole legendary magic power. Now it is basically invincible at the same level. Moreover, after Lin Ke charged, the addition of Little Lucky can greatly increase the attack power, and can also add a burning effect to everyone's attacks. Cry. Little Lucky let out a long howl above Lin Ke, as if urging them to set off quickly. Garros laughed, then raised his huge crimson lance, pointed to the open space next to Azan Castle, and shouted, "My son, let's go. Let's go to the abyss. People's Knights, let's go." Lin Ke was also excited, drew out the enchanted sword, and pointed to the time and space teleportation array in front of him. Orph and Lin Ke also followed this trip, and as for the Great Wasteland City, they asked the Mist Princess, who had a good relationship with Lin Ke, to guard it. To go to the abyss this time, they need to go to the nearest large city Golden Pocket in the territory of Urlakali, and then go from Golden Pocket to the large city Sharp in the territory of Giant Sword, and then go to the giant city Fine Iron of the Marquis of Iron Ring, and finally walk a section of the road to the abyss. The time and space teleportation array was used almost all along the way, but only giant cities have time and space teleportation arrays leading to the abyss. And if you want to participate in the nobles' deliberation, you need to follow the rituals of the ancient nobles, starting from the Fine Iron Giant City, and walking all the way to the abyss. In the mythological era, in order to resist the attacks of various races, the ancestors of the human race retreated all the way from the Iron Giant City, leaving behind endless corpses and flesh and blood, and finally defended the defense line in the abyss. In order to let the nobles know the significance of promotion after the nobles' evaluation, let the nobles know the difficulties of the human race in today's era, and let the nobles deeply understand the spirit of the ancient nobles. Therefore, this section of the road must be walked step by step. Anyone who rides the teleportation array will lose the qualification for noble evaluation and promotion. Even the mount cannot be ridden. Of course, Lin Ke has always wanted to see the abyss, and this time he followed the rules. Teams of people entered the teleportation array. At the gate of Azan Castle, Feeling, Antova and Zio Nuomi stood, and next to them was a cheetah raised by Antova and a dark blue giant tiger raised by Feeling, and the soul of the magma dragon was flying next to them. Lin Ke, be careful. Feeling, Antova and Zio Nuomi, who was led by Antova, waved to them. King Ming Festival, one more chapter. In addition, I hope the epidemic will pass soon. Oh. Chapter 225, Battle. Changes in the nobles' deliberations. After a burst of light, Lin Ke and his companions finally arrived at the final city, the Iron City of the Marquis of the Iron Ring. The giant cities will accommodate a population of 1 million, and all facilities are quite complete. They are not as stinking as the Western world that Lin Ke imagined in his previous life. Of course, it is not as good as the Great Wasteland City. This is the Iron City. Lin Ke and Garros came out first, followed by their followers and the knights. Yes, a giant city. Garros echoed beside him, with the suspended Orph next to him. Lin Ke sat behind Lin Ke, hugged Lin Ke's waist and said, "The Marquis of the Iron Ring is a conservative old man. I have seen him in the palace before. He is not easy to get along with. Okay, then let's rest here for a while, and we will set off when it's almost time." Lin Ke nodded. I learned before that the Marquis of the Iron Ring is a powerful 19th level Dark Hammer soldier. He is conservative and indifferent. He has never cared about the nobles' evaluation. He has always maintained his Marquis family, not defeated but not aggressive. This is a square, and there are other time and space teleportation arrays around, leading to other cities, and some of them are also moving people out. Lin Ke's people's knights marched out, but there was no intersection with other nobles. Azanan was on the border, and rarely interacted with other nobles in the interior. As for the nobles, who had interacted with each other in the past, except for the Great Sword who was directly canonized as a Marquis by the Emperor Wumian, the others did not seem to be prepared to participate in this noble review. Every year, the most participants in the noble review are lords and barons. The ranks of these nobles change greatly, and they will come to fight for it if their strength is greatly improved. The families above the Viscount actually change very little, which is why the Great Sword became a military star in the Kingdom of Gila, after being directly canonized as a Marquis by Wumian. Every new Marquis will attract the attention of the entire Gila nobles, because a Marquis will mean a great change in resource allocation. The last person to become a Marquis was the Ice Marquis, and his rise directly monopolized all the resources of the frozen forest. If a duke rises up, it will attract the attention of all the forces around the Kingdom of Gila. As for the Grand Duke, every Grand Duke is a legend. With such a rising power, the whole Nasan will praise his name, just like the name of Orth, the king of electromagnetism, which is known to everyone. There is no such thing as a prince in Nasan. The highest position is the Grand Duke. Unfortunately, Orth is not the actual controller of the family. The actual controllers of the Azan family are Geros and Link. Link is not the actual controller of Azan. He is the Earl Link, not the Viscount of Azan, while Geros is. Therefore, Orth's power cannot be completely regarded as the power of Azan. It depends on the specific evaluation. In this square, as a small Azan, naturally no one knows. However, Azan has Link. Many nobles have seen Link in various things such as opening newsstands, entering the Great Library, buying and selling supplies, and buying and selling mounts. Link. Andrew's leg, you want to participate in this noble evaluation? Damn, I should have thought of it earlier. At this time, 30 or 50 people in the distance saw Link not long after they came out of the teleportation array, and then greeted this side. Count Tulip, Tondija Tips. This is a short and fat goblin with 1/16th human blood. He likes to cultivate exotic flowers and plants, and is a 15th level gardener. Many rare plants cultivated in Dahuang City were sold to Tondija, because he was the most generous. Princess Liquor is here too. Is this Viscount Geros? Oh, Andrew's leg. Hello, Lord Orth. Tondija, who was proud of his 1/16th human blood, walked towards Lin Ke as if a ball was rolling over. He beat his chest to everyone here, and Lin Ke and the others returned the greeting. Mr. Tondija, I remember you told me that you are not interested in noble promotion. Why? Lin Ke looked at Tondija with a puzzled look on his face. Tondija's pursuit in this life is to collect all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, and not just one plant of one species, but like raising cats, he wants to raise 7 or 8 ragdoll cats of the same species with different patterns. He does not have any perverted hobbies like other nobles. His only hobby is flowers and plants. He even has a secondary plane dedicated to his garden. Of course, many other nobles are also like this. They don't pursue hegemony, occupy resources, practice and upgrade, etc. Instead, they pursue hobbies such as brewing, gardening, painting, etc. and they are obsessed and passionate about them. Lin Ke, why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted to participate? But you should come. Alas. Tondija looked regretful, and his 2-pointed, slightly green ears trembled. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come. I might as well go to Earl Finksio to buy his blue taro. As he said, Tondija motioned Lin Ke to move forward, and whispered as he walked, I heard that this time's noble review includes 2 parts. One part is the review of our own Gullah people, and the other part is to compete with other races outside. Other races? Lin Ke raised his eyebrows, and Geros and the others also focused their attention when they heard it. You know, I often go to Grand Duke Greenleaf's house. He told me that this fight is very involved, and the prizes will be very generous. I thought there would be few strong competitors. Tang Dijia looked around and glanced at Lin Ke. In the discussion of nobles who are mostly below the earl level, it would be really good if Tang Dijia joined the discussion. However, Lin Ke, the earl, joined. Tang Dijia is not unaware of His Excellency Orth, the king of electromagnetism. Everyone in Nasan knows that Lin Ke is equal to Orth, right? Then how can you win? Bet with external forces? If so, why doesn't His Majesty woo me and initiate mobilization? Lin Ke asked in confusion at first, and then he reacted. Mobilization? What mobilization? It's not a critical moment of national war. In the eyes of people like Emperor Wumian, these are probably just small fights, just let it go. However, if this kind of news spreads, many people may come to participate. Especially those news about prizes will definitely attract a large number of people. But Lin Ke is not a fool. If this kind of news is spread through newspapers, it will soon be known to everyone. Isn't that asking for trouble? Count Lin Ke, don't tell others. The more people there are, the more likely we are to be ranked lower. Tondijia was very friendly to Lin Ke, perhaps because there were many rare plants in the lava swamp. After saying that, Tondijia hurriedly left with his people, while Lin Ke and his people purchased various supplies, and then left the Finan city directly. Target, the Abyss. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.